Yeah, mate, I've got to go now. I've got to do a test. Yeah, send me those links in it.
Yeah, I've got to do it when I get home.
Okay, yeah, that's calm. Yeah, no rush. No rush. As long as it's done by tonight, that's calm, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, boys. Hello and welcome to the Montgeron meeting here in France, the 37th edition. We've got some fantastic internationals, world champions as well. One of the best meetings in the world. I think it's ranking out of 1,200 meetings that take place across the world in the of track and field. This one sits inside the top 100. It's recognised on a global level, and that is why we managed to get so many athletes here time and time again. You're seeing a few athletes just warm up at the moment as the crowd continues to file in here just outside Paris. Of course, that is going to be the focal point, isn't it, in the summer? What, just 8 weeks or so now to go, and a lot of athletes are just preparing for their national championships, which is going to be in about 4 or 5 weeks' time. That deadline coming at the end of June for the Olympic qualifying period. So they haven't got long. I'll talk about those world ranking points as well, the quotas, and of course those all-important qualifying marks, whether it be in the jumps, the throws, sprints, or distance. We've got pretty much everything for you today, so enjoy it.
Regardez-moi ce javelot qui est. Regardez-moi ce javelot qui est.
Bonjour à toutes et à tous, bienvenue à Montgeron et en direct sur les antennes d'Athlé TV pour la 38e édition du meeting. Bonjour à toutes et à tous, bienvenue à Montgeron. Bonjour à toutes et à tous, bienvenue à Montgeron et en direct sur les antennes d'Athlé TV pour la 38e édition. Bonjour à toutes et à tous. Bonjour à toutes et à tous. Bonjour à toutes et à tous, bienvenue à Montgeron et en direct sur les antennes d'Athlé TV. Pour la 38e édition du meeting international de Montgeron, quel week-end d'athlétisme vous vivez sur nos antennes après le record de France du Javelin à Fontainebleau, après des minima pour les Jeux Olympiques
Du meeting international d'athlétisme de la ville de Montgeron. Beaucoup de plaisir à vous accueillir et pour l'instant, eh bien, la météo nous rassure. Il faut qu'elle nous rassure car les athlètes auront besoin ce soir des meilleures conditions afin de pouvoir obtenir le sésame. Pourquoi pas pour les JO, pour les championnats d'Europe et pour des échéances nationales qui se présentent notamment au mois de juin avec les championnats de France élite. Madame Carillon, Madame le maire de Montgeron, 38e édition du meeting de Montgeron.
Oui, 38e. Bonjour à tous, on est ravis de vous accueillir aujourd'hui pour ce 38e meeting. On était en train de se dire que c'est assez unique en France. Et il y a les 32e meetings, les 30e meetings. Alors 38e meeting, et ben, c'est historique et c'est à Montgeron. Voilà, donc c'est super. Je voulais profiter du temps de parole qui m'est alloué pour remercier toutes les personnes qui ont pu contribuer à organiser ce meeting. Évidemment, Anne-Tournée Nasser et toute son équipe, tout le club d'athlétisme. L'athlétisme a une place particulière à Montgeron. C'est un grand club qui voilà, promeut des athlètes de qualité. Et puis surtout, depuis 3 ans, qui a créé aussi l'équidette, qui a un certain succès, un succès grandissant, je pense, en tout cas d'année en année. Donc ça, c'est plutôt très chouette aussi, puis c'est ouvert, c'est à faire en famille. Donc un grand merci aussi pour toute cette organisation. Je voulais remercier aussi tous les agents des sports. Je sais qu'il y a M. Coppola qui est par là, le directeur des sports et toute son équipe, parce que pour eux, c'est un grand moment de stress aussi et de travail en avant. C'est-à-dire qu'Anne leur met la pression. Donc voilà. Et puis, je voulais aussi quand même citer nos sponsors, parce qu'un meeting comme ça, c'est impossible d'être porté uniquement par une ville comme Montgeron, de la taille de Montgeron. Donc je vais remercier la région, parce que je suis aussi conseillère régionale et à ce titre, je sais que la région nous a donné, je crois, 15 000 euros. 15 millions, ce serait bien. 15 000 euros. Je m'emporte. C'est vrai que non, mais 52 000 euros, c'est aussi une bonne somme, mais c'est un gros effort. Mais il nous semble que ça vaut le coup. Et puis on a aussi des sponsors sponsor privé que je veux vraiment citer parce que c'est une vraie aide. Donc ce sont soit des entreprises montgeronaises, soit des partenaires de la ville. Donc on a Colas, Inédis, le Crédit Mutuel, Nicolas, La Maïf, Peugeot, Super U, ASB Conseil, Bovi.
Making a really good start. And the other pacer is Megan Davis, the Sail Harrier. Let's go, Freddie. Go, Jonathan.
Bienvenue à Montgeron et en direct sur les antennes d'Athlé TV pour la 38e édition du meeting international de Montgeron. Quel week-end d'athlétisme vous vivez sur nos antennes. Après le record de France du Javelot à Fontainebleau, après les minima pour les Jeux Olympiques de Tomereux la nuit dernière en direct de Martinique. C'est un programme de gala qui nous attend encore tout au long de cet après-midi. On est ensemble jusqu'à 19h et en consultant, c'est Harold de Correa qui nous accompagne. Harold, mets-nous l'eau à la bouche et donne-nous une bonne raison de rester sur Athlé TV.
Bonjour à tous. Il n'y a pas qu'une seule bonne raison. Déjà, vous l'avez cité avec les quelques performances qui ont été réalisées sur les meetings qui ont précédé le super meeting de Montgeron. On a la chance encore une fois d'avoir un super plateau. On a des conditions qui ne sont pas trop défavorables. Donc on attend encore une fois de grosses performances. Et on est obligé de parler des super commentateurs et consultants.
Pour vous faire vivre ce meeting international de Montgeron, qui connaît une super équipe d'organisation menée par une super présidente, Anne Tournier-Lasserve. Anne, 38 ans de meeting, 38e édition en tout cas. C'est pas loin de l'anniversaire.
Et oui, on n'était pas loin de l'anniversaire parce que normalement, s'il n'y avait pas eu le Covid, eh bien, c'était là le 40e anniversaire du meeting qu'on a créé en 1985. Et on était donc heureux à l'époque de créer un petit meeting. Et puis on monte en puissance, on n'est pas encore parmi les très grands, mais on progresse, on est au niveau européen et aussi avec World Athletics, on est bronze. Et on est donc là pour aider les athlètes à faire des performances. On est en début de saison, ils veulent se qualifier pour les Europes, pour les Jeux Olympiques. Eh bien, c'est normal que les clubs, que la fédération, on puisse leur offrir des conditions adaptées et le mieux possible. Alors, la météo, on ne la maîtrise pas tout à fait, mais de temps en temps, on dit aide-nous, s'il y a quelqu'un là-haut, aide-nous. Eh bien, j'espère que là, il ne pleut plus. Il a fait orage il y a quelques heures. Eh bien, maintenant, à eux de jouer. Nous, on est là pour eux. Et je pense qu'ils le savent bien. Ils nous le rendent. Et c'est ça. S'ils font des perfs, ils nous rendent tous les efforts qu'on a faits. Et tous les membres du club qui sont là, des petites mains qu'on ne voit pas souvent avec le public. Et je pense que ça va être une grande réussite. En tout cas, je l'espère. On a 16 épreuves, dont 3 épreuves en e-sport. Il ne faut pas les oublier, dont des jeunes malentendants avec lesquels on travaille toute l'année. Et puis 2 autres épreuves avec les Paralympiques qui préparent donc leur jeu à eux au mois de septembre.
Merci Anne Tournier-Lasserve, c'est à eux de jouer avec ce programme du 38e meeting international de Montgeron que vous découvrez sur votre écran. Il y aura des temps forts à profusion cet après-midi. On aura un œil du côté du lancer du disque avec Mélina Robert-Michon et évidemment du côté du lancer du javelot avec Touraterrail Toupaya, notre néo-recordman de France. Installez-vous confortablement et bienvenue à Montgeron.
On sait qu'il va y avoir un plateau particulièrement motivé avec les objectifs.
Well, there you have it. Fantastic to hear from some of the people involved in getting this meeting started and getting this meeting underway here at the 37th edition of the International Montgeron meeting here just outside Paris. About 30-40 minutes commute into Paris, which of course is going to be the absolute focal point, the pinnacle of our sport this summer. That's 8 to 10 weeks away already, can you believe it? And the track season is well and truly underway now. And a lot of these athletes competing here today, they'll have their national championships in mind at the end of June. That's when that Olympic window closes as well. They'll have the European Championships in mind, which is just 3 weeks away. So expect to see a few of those standards get hit today, we hope, as we take a quick look, a preview at this women's triple jump final. We've got a relatively medium-sized start list here. 7 athletes in this one, so it'll be a fast-paced competition, that's for sure. And some good names to look out for. One in particular is Ria here. 1372 lifetime best. That was a national under-20 record indoors, don't forget. And she also is the holder of the under-18 record back in 2022 in Jerusalem at those European Youth Championships. That was some of her best jumping, though, to be honest with you. She's just trying to replicate that form, get back to that level and really push on. But, well, Asani there, 14.43, her very best. Season's best of 13.48, not to be sniffed at either. World Championship finalist back in 2015. So, again, this field has experience and it has youth on its side. Well, there's Gail. 13.35, season's best, and for a lot of these athletes, this is crunch point. This is where they're going to push on. This is where these PBs are hopefully going to come from. And Dorsal there, just 22 years of age. She goes in this international experience field as well. And Lillian Petiron there from Mauritius, saved in those Commonwealth Games in Birmingham 2 years ago now. And to complete the lineup there, Carrie-Anne Beale on the outside, or shall I say at the bottom end of the pile. So she'll jump last, 13.35, her personal best, season's best of 21, just 21 years of age. And look, under 23 champion as well, indoors, Beale. So what can she do today? So we've got a very a very deep field in the sense that they are right all around. I mean, we look at season's best and lifetime best hovering around that 1350 mark. If anyone soars clear of 14 meters, well, that would be something. And we start talking about meet records, don't we? 1452 back in 2004. Francis Etone. What a jump that was. And like I said, this meeting been going 37 years already. Started back in 1985. It's recognized globally as a very, very strong meeting. We see just over 1,200 international competitions in track and field across the globe, and this one ranked inside the top 100, so that's why we've got a few stars. And there's one, number 88 on her. I believe that is Sakana Gale, who is a very, very talented jumper. I say world youth champion back in 2011. That was in Lille on home soil, but 30 years of age now. She jumped 1362 that day, and just well, it's funny how your career goes, doesn't it? Because when you're a junior athlete, or a youth athlete shall I say, you're 17 years of age and you just predict the very best, don't you? You presume you're going to get better and better every year. It doesn't always work like that, and like I said, Gail's one of those athletes which only improved that 25 centimeters or so since that world youth title. It's difficult managing progress. I mean, these coaches will have to do very, very well. Different training loads, periodization, but also a little bit of trial and error, isn't it? Sometimes athletes just respond to different techniques, different coaches as well. So let's get a competition underway then. Clemence Rouillet, lifetime best of 1372, season's best of 1362 as well. She comes in here in good form, and well, not a bad jump, is it? That looks like it'll be just over that 13-meter mark. Let's see where it comes in at. And, well, athletes and T-shirts, it indicates that it's a warm-ish day, shall I say. It's not basking heat down there at all. There's a light breeze as well. But it's overcast, and I think that's just keeping things a little bit cooler for these athletes, to be honest with you. Well, there you are. There's a wind reading as well. That's encouraging to see. Just 0.3. It means those sprint times later on, hopefully they're going to be legal as well. Obviously, all these jumps we expect to be legal. Well, yeah, Nielsen, the Dane, 13.99 at lifetime best. Oh, ever so close to 14 meters. And she'll hope to just tick that one off. Checkbox that this season, 2024. 25 national titles, the Dane. And, well, as much talent they have over in Denmark, sometimes the depth just isn't there. So when you are as good as someone like Nielsen, you do tend to just, it is basically your playground. And she has dominated the long jump and the jumps in general over in Denmark for quite some time now. Doesn't seem to be slowing down anytime soon either. And that's a solid jump as well. That could be a challenge for the lead. This is good, and interestingly, we know World Athletics, they talk about the changes to this event, don't they? What could be potentially around the corner, and I think they're fairly serious about it, speaking to World Athletics officials, and I think they are gonna run with that new long jumping rule where you take off in a zone as opposed to a board. However, actually putting it into practice, what's it going to look like? And one of the biggest things that's well, there you go, 1347. It shows you it's blustery down there as well. 1.1 following wind, so it is it's swirling down on the track, but that's a nice starter there for Nielsen, to be honest. And it's a season's best, 1336, season's best. The 31-year-old, she surpasses that, and she finds herself at the top of the pile as we're just getting underway in this women's triple jump. That's some 400-meter action is going to be due off in around about half an hour's time, and that will be 3:30. So we'll be able to enjoy pretty much all of this competition, if not most of it, before that track action gets underway. Sani Assouf. Now, she is someone who comes into this with the longest leap in the competition, 14:43 lifetime best. She's not quite at that at their level at the moment, though. 13:48 season's best. It's going to be enough to win this competition. And here's the one assigned world championship finalist in 2015, and also a world indoor finalist in 2016. 7 national titles. She's been here before, I can tell you that. And always love how athletes just, Olympic year comes around, they just have to turn it up, don't they? You often get the experienced ones really kind of come back out of the woodwork and show their face again, and that's kind of what gets them motivated. It's these big years, it's these championship years, it's the home Olympic Games. Like, it's pretty life-changing for a lot of athletes, and French track and field in general is really picking up. We've seen what so many athletes doing over the distance events as well, and look at some of their stars over the years for them to follow and lead. Well, there goes Gelding. That's a solid jump as well. I think that's going to be about 13:50-ish, around that ballpark, mid-13s. But I must admit, talking about the long jump, and I was mentioning it before about how World Athletics, you know, they do want to give it a try, taking off in that zone. But I think one of the biggest headaches they have is how can we speed up the results from the jumps? How can we get that to fans, not just in the stadium, but also at home much quicker? 13:19, and that'll take her into second place. Nice jump there from Gail, because I think when they analysed the World Championships in Glasgow indoors, measuring took, even though we've got the electronic measuring now as well, which speed things up considerably, it took anywhere between sort of 15 to 55 seconds for athletes to get their jump recorded, and it's a lot of waiting around. I think they do want to speed it up. Can they make it almost instant? But it's just very difficult to do so. And I personally think it often adds to the tension as well, doesn't it? It gets the crowd guessing, and certainly adds to the tension down there for the athletes. So Maeva Dorsel then, lifetime best 13:28, season's best of 12:89. Hasn't quite found her rhythm yet this season. Hasn't done a heap amount of competitions either, though, the 22-year-old. So just getting going. Good speed on the runway, and that's key for a lot of these jumpers. And often this time in this season, they might not have done too many actual long jump competitions, but a lot of these athletes have done. They've done a few 100-meter races as well, really working on that top end speed. You need to be fast, you need to be aggressive, and another attribute you need robustness, because this is one of the most demanding events in the sport. Just the impact that goes through your legs. 12:63, so just shy of her season's best. She'll go over and chat to coach. So the only person with a season's best so far in round 1 is Jan Nielsen, the Dane. A great leap, 13:49, so she is leading the way. 13:47, apologise. So Liliane Paturon, 13:80 lifetime best, season's best of 53. She's got to better that if she's going to win this competition, I would think. 4th at those African Games in 2022 as well. She's been a regular there. She's been always there or thereabouts, competing for those finals. Hasn't quite got on the podium at those African Games, but 7th in 2018 as well. Always comes close. So let's have a look at this one then. Ooh, that was tight on the board, wasn't it? Tight on the board. Good jump, but you'd have to say potentially a foul. Let's see what this comes out. Yeah, you can see there the red flag as well. So foul for her. That's unfortunate. First round out, but again, no problem at all. 6 jumps to correct yourself. All these women, she'll look at where she went wrong and how the sport's changed. You get that live feedback you can see as well with this video footage. And a lot of these coaches as well, to add another layer onto that video footage, will have, you know, some biomechanical software which will just kind of line them up and show them their kind of height, their angles as well, their takeoff from the board. Perhaps not at this level, but certainly at the very, very highest level at your World Championships and Olympic Games. Because that's what it's about. Pushing your body to the absolute limit. So to conclude round one then. Torian Beal, lifetime best 13.35, season's best 13.21, not too far off of that. 21-year-old, solid jump. Was it a foul though? Straight into rate the pit. It may well have been. And talk about old school methods here. We've got the tape out, we've got the plasticine on the board, and you know what? I think when you talk to jumpers, they actually like that. They certainly like that plasticine on the board. We've seen so many injuries with those electronic boards where there is no plasticine and it's just completely flush. It can cause a few problems. Skidding as well is another area which we have to be awfully careful of. But look there, good crowd in those stands already then, kind of filling up, and we're going to be here till, 7 o'clock this evening. So expect those stands to fill up a little bit as well. Athletes will hang around, I'm sure, to watch what's to come. We've got that sprint action to conclude the day, those 100-meter finals. Got some 100-meter heats a little bit later on as well, hurdles. 400s and got an 800 and a 3000 in there as well on the men's side. That's certainly a foul. She'll know it straight away, won't she? Ria. Yep. Out the pit, and we're just waiting just to get that confirmation. But I think I can see here flashing up on my screen that is a foul, just quite clearly there. Not by much, but enough to act as a foul. And that's why, if you needed any explanation of why, plus 1.4, it's blustery. We've seen 0.2s on the wind, which is virtually nothing. And to a 1.4, that's big changes to your run-up, and you just can't predict for that level of winds changing like that. So, and that is often what will happen. You see athletes on the runway, they get a minute to run down and jump, and often you will see them just waiting, just being patient. And there's a reason for that sometimes, just to let those conditions calm down. You see it in the pole vault quite a lot as well, when it's a crosswind, particularly hard for them to get up over. Can really just throw their balance off as well. So, and it's the same here in the long jump, and many other events rely on perfect conditions, and this is why actually they do have sort of indoor and outdoor lifetime bests in the jumps. Don't necessarily agree with that myself. I feel like long jump is something which isn't, like I said, barely conditioned indoors, being a little bit more predictable. It isn't something which matters too much indoors or outdoors. But, well, Nilsson looks happy enough with that jump, doesn't she? I think, really, to be truthfully honest here, she's just happy to be out front, 13.47. To be operating in season's best territory, nearing that lifetime best as well. So she wasn't too fussed about that. Even put her hand back. She knew it just didn't have the distance. And anyone would tell you, never put your hand back at the amateur level. But ironically, even the pros do it sometimes. So I think this is going to come in any minute now. There you are, 13 flat. You can see that +1 breeze there as well. Positive wind, tailwind. So Lilian Peturion and Beal, 2 fouls for them. Bottom of the pile at the moment, but Issouf, can she build? Hassani Issouf build on that 12.67. A pretty underwhelming first round for her. Someone who has been to those global finals, they've made global finals. However, she is into the latter stages of her career, and this could well be, I think a lot of athletes are in this stage often. You know, it's that one last hurrah, it's that one global championships to eye up, and I think athletes have just continued year on year on year in this just because since the pandemic and COVID, there's just been no let up with global championships. So in this current state of affairs in the sport, it's just been easy for athletes just to roll from, over the past sort of 3-4 years now. Those who went to Tokyo, then prepared for Eugene, then prepared for Budapest, and then obviously you got Paris as well. 12.98, so a nice improvement for her. And position won't change. She'll stay where she is, but at least it's a positive step forward as well. So, Sakana Gale, what can she do? 13.19. She's just going to settle the crowd down, and now she's just instructing them, isn't she? Conducting them to clap to her rhythm, on her terms. Could this be her competition today as well? The French athlete, phenomenal junior. Just trying to find that form yet again, and you can see it in. Oh, you can see it in her, can't you? She's just so frustrated. She lost it on the jump part, but the hop and the skip was just. It looked big. It looked perfect. 12.26, and didn't even finish it off. So that's encouraging for her. Look at the height she gets here, cycling through the air. Just lost it. Just sort of twisted the upper body, didn't she? Just lost a little bit of balance. That's where it came from, but 1.6 wind, and that's why perhaps she just looked very aggressive through the runway, was sailing through the air as well. So as I was mentioning, for the experienced athletes, it was an exciting time with championship after championship, and again we got the World Championships in Tokyo next year in 2025. That'll be good to see because, of course, no crowds in that 2021 Olympics, and it was a very, very different experience for a lot of people who went there. So I wonder if those who get to go to 2025 will be able to experience Tokyo in its fullest, if you like. So Dossel lets out a big alley. She's going to need it. 12.63 first round. She's better than that. She knows it. The 22-year-old. Smooth down the runway, isn't she? Oh, it might be tight on the board. It's a decent jump, though. I think that might just be an improvement on that first round. It is. That's coming at 12.91. Lifetime, or season's best, shall I say. For Dossel, 30 centimeters off a lifetime best. There we are, 12.91 again. No change to that position. She'll have to get up into the 13s if she is going to move up the leaderboard. Well, Pataron. What can she do, Liliane? All the way from Mauritius. Like I said, 4th at those African Games, 8th at those Commonwealth Games in Birmingham, by the way, to make the final there. Finish up there. What a fantastic competition that was. Commonwealth Games, talking of global championships and how we've just been spoilt over the last few years. Commonwealth Games is something which is looking awfully, well, it's looking very much in doubt, isn't it? It's not looking too promising for the Commonwealth Games, but I think when you talk to a lot of athletes outside of the Commonwealth, they don't truly appreciate. But Pataron will be someone who, that is a competition where she really thrives. She looks forward to go to a multi-sport event like that. That was a big leap from her. Now, what is this going to be? Wait for that to come in on the results system, but she may well have just fouled on the board, and unfortunately, another foul. So it's 2 for 2 and 1.6 wins. She just needs that to calm down, and she'll be good enough. Everything else is looking there for her at this stage. And if you're just joining us, welcome. Track action in a little over 10 minutes or thereabouts. This is the women's long jump. We're going to start with those 400s as well at half past 3. Here at the Montgeron meeting in France, just outside Paris, a short sort of commute into Paris. Men's javelin getting going as well. Oh, Tobias looking absolutely. I believe this was a sort of highlight from last year. Well, I believe the images we're seeing here, sorry, we just quickly pan to them almost out of the blue. That is Tapia, and that massive throw he just threw recently, 86.11, 10 meters lifetime best on that for the 24-year-old, and that was literally 2 days ago, 17th of May, and to say it came out of nowhere, I think would be an understatement. Phenomenal. And he is a man we're going to see later on. Also at 3:30 we're going to get to see him perform here in the Javelin. And the most exciting thing about that throw for him was, look, 85.50 was that auto qualification mark for the Olympic Games. He doesn't have to worry about world ranking points or quota or anything like that. He has nailed that mark. So he will be in Paris, and that's why it's so special. And will a few of these women be in Paris? That triple jump mark, 14.55. Quite a long way off that for some of them. Closest to it would be Issouf. It's into that third round in Rouier. With her jump, that's going to come in at 13.04, so not much of no improvement to be had. For Clemence Rouier, European Youth Champion just 2 years ago as well in Jerusalem. That's when she set the national under-18 record. She's a national under-20 indoor record holder as well. So here goes today, and Jan Nielsen. She's dominating this competition. She's right where she wants to be. She's comfortable at the moment. She is one of the most experienced, and probably right now you could say she is the best. There's people who've jumped further than her. Issouf is one of them. We're going to see her next up with 7 national titles and 14.43 lifetime best. However, she's not at her best, to be honest with you. She's perhaps, and I think she'll admit it, perhaps just a little bit past Nielsen. There's another one who is, well, just trying to seek her prime. Just trying to see, can she have a little bit of second win throughout her career. That's a good jump from her, though. She'll be very happy with that. That's going to be close to 14 meters. Oh, will this be a lifetime best? This is the questions now. She was very happy. Rise, smile, little pump of the fist. Oh, and it's just been given a foul. So she'll go investigate. That's the beauty of it. You can look at the plasticine, and athletes can almost look at that 1.7. These are good conditions for long jumping. Bar the fact that it may cause a few more fouls because it's blustery, the wind is unpredictable. If they get it right, they're going to be able to absolutely sail down that runway. And we saw Nielsen do that. I think that would have challenged her lifetime best at 13.99. I really do. The multiple Danish champions, shall we say. So here's the men's javelin competition, and I mentioned the man in the moment, Tapia. We can look forward to seeing him. That's well, there's Isaiah as well. Very special talent. Lenny Brizalou, he's got 74.16 lifetime best. So here he is then. Tapia 86.11 just 2 days ago. It was a throw which came out of nowhere, and it just clicks. You get the conditions right, you feel good on the day, things can click. And the frustrating thing for throwers, I think, and jumpers as well, they'll replicate a lot of these jumps and throws in training. So sometimes they'll have training PBs be competition PBs, and it's just trying to prove to yourself that you can do it when it counts on the day. And that's one of the most challenging things. Consistency for jumpers and throwers is so important. I remember Greg Rutherford saying in the long jump that you know, he just managed to perform. He didn't do anything spectacular, but he managed to perform at 8:30 when it counted, and that won him an Olympic title. So there's those men, and a few more that I didn't go into too much detail. The Tony Karanen finish, Finn, and 82-89, his lifetime best. So he potentially will be Tapaya's closest challenge. See what form Tapaya comes in. Is he a little bit tired? Is he a little bit sluggish from that massive throw just 2 days ago? But Kiranen is the national champion of Finland in 2022. He did go to those World Championships in Oregon as well that year. Unfortunately, got knocked out in the heats. Look forward to seeing him. So it will be Clement Ryu who will go first. And Lucas Mustade will be second to throw. I've got to say as well, Society there. 82.04 is lifetime best, 76.64. So a lot of these men throwing in the mid-70s. What? And consistently as well in the mid-70s. So next on the track, we can just about see it, can't we? Women's 400 meter. This is the B final, okay? So we expect it going to be a little bit slower than that A final next, but it might not be. And if they do run a faster time, that will post them up. The overall results will be collated together. So on the outside then, Alice Matthias, 60.74, her lifetime best, 60 flat, 60.90, her season's best. So she's going to need to go some to keep pace with some of these women. Expect to see Maheen Ruth Manuel right up on her in that first bend, 55.17, her lifetime best. And Clemence Sorgnard, 53.59. She's the fastest in the field by some way, but only a season best of 55.1. So she's not at her best at the moment. She's beatable. Maya Langlois, 55.37. Again, her lifetime best. Also someone who is shy out at the moment, 56.40. So no women PBing yet this year. And to complete the lineup on the inside then, Ines Relou. So Relou's got lifetime best of 55.85, 56.21, her season's best as well. For 400 runners, it is very important to get races under your legs. You'll often see them do a little bit of under distance work at 200. Rarely will you see them do over distance work at 800, only in training. But a few hundreds as well, maybe, just to really fine-tune and get that speed. But it's a different style to pure sprinting. They have a slightly longer stride, slightly rangier movement as well, and they just look to kind of keep that going, sustain it for longer. So away they go, a nice clean start from all these women. It did look like actually in 5 that Manuel just struggled in the blocks. She almost just slipped a little bit getting out, but I said she was going to be up on Alice Matthias straight away, and she is. She looks to be the fastest through this first 200. There's no questions about that. Speed is on her side. 55.1, her lifetime best. Hasn't got a season's best yet. I make that, what, 24, 25 high, 26 through 200. This could be anywhere towards a 53, 54 clocking if these women can hold it together. Sorgnard is one of the pre-race favourites on paper. Looks good as well as she's just coming up on Emmanuel's shoulder, coming up into this home straight now. So it's Emmanuel who's led for so long. Can she hold on? Has she got the strength at this stage? She certainly had the speed over that first 200 meters or so, and she's battling again. She's got that second win. That's crucial. That's how you do it. Take a look at the time as well. That we're just going to wait on, but 56.09. There you are, season's best, 56.69 for Sorgnard. That won't be a season's best, but boy, oh boy, did they do it the hard way. They really do. And it's difficult with the, we know for the jumpers, they've got that tailwind on the home straight. 400 runners often like to have a little bit more of a, if they're going to have a wind, they prefer to have a wind with them through that first 200 to make that as easy as possible. And then actually run into a headwind on that home straight when they're fading, because it's hard to control your form when you've got a tailwind as such. So Sorgnard second, Langlois in third, 57.07. So a decent race, a strong race for these women in that B final. I think sometimes, given this track and given this meet, you can see the crowd now starting to line that fence around this bottom bend. They're in the stands. Like I said, it's a very, very knowledgeable crowd. So that's Lucas Mustard. Gets his competition going. Just waiting to see what that comes in at. The Frenchman, this is almost an all French field. 70.94, so not too bad. But the season's best of 78. That's a steady start for him. Matade, again, he's another one who had a phenomenal youth career, and I think it's difficult in the field events because, well, especially the throws events, because you're dealing with a completely different weight dimensions as well of the implement. So, you know, if you're a javelin thrower and you have a formidable youth career like he did, he was a Youth Olympic Games champion in 2014, Mutade. But he's throwing a much lighter javelin, different dimensions, and perhaps he's just a little bit better with that because he has transitioned very, very well into senior ranks. Make no mistake. But yeah, you've got a lot of pressure on your shoulders when you're a Youth Olympic Games champion. So Sayad in. Vahai Sayad. Throw from him. Can't quite see, can we? That flag's in the way. Whereabouts that landed. But that looks like it might be out towards the 75-meter mark. Seems pretty unfazed at the moment, though, doesn't he? A lot of these men will just build into this competition. Such a difficult event. It's one of those ones, the more you try, you need to be truly relaxed in order to have that smoothness, to have that transition fast but relaxed. 68.28 then, so in fact it wasn't over that 70-meter mark, not even close. 68.28, so a modest opening round for Sasaya. Given away, he's been performing. 2022 French national champion. So then Lenny Brissoult. So Lenny Brissoult, what can he do? 74.16 lifetime best. Season's best is the same as well. So he's one of the few men who comes into this with a personal best and a season's best. Good form at the moment. If he can throw 74.75, up just over that 70-meter mark, so that's not too bad at all. And that will certainly start to contest for the lead. That takes him up into, well, depending how much over 70 meters is it, he may well be leading. He could well be in second place because Matade leads away with 17.94 in that javelin competition. So in this women's A final, expect to see a completely different affair to that B final. A lot faster, that's for sure. We've got some very, very strong international talent, Canadian, a Ugandan as well. On the outside then, Montoya. 52.86, her lifetime best, also her season best, just 25 years of age, just still building. Competed very recently as well on the 12th and the 16th of May. So Sila as well. Sukamba, 52.32, her lifetime best. Actually fifth at those World Championships in the 4x4. She was on that French quartet. So Sheeta of Uganda, 51.47, her lifetime best. World University Games silver medalist in 2019, and well, there she is then. There's Alyssa Marsh, the Canadian. She was third at those World Relays in the Bahamas not too long ago. Alexei Dut, second at those European Junior Championships in 2023. So can she transition into those senior ranks? It's very, very difficult to do it in the space of 12 months, but she'll give it a good crack. And Leah Thierry, 53.19, 23.9, her indoor personal best over 200, by the way. That was a good clocking. Former European under-23 champion, or shall I say defending under-23 champion Thierry. So all these women getting ready to go, and you can see Tapia, he's going to wait. He's going to be next up to throw. He's got the javelin in hand. He's going to have to wait on that infield for just a little while longer. What can this new French star, he's discovered himself, hasn't he, in the sport of javelin? What can he do? But so the women's 400 meters. A race about to get going. Montoya, Sila, Lenny, Alyssa, Du, Thierry, and Abega. So away they go, then really we're looking at lanes 5. We know the Canadian Alyssa Marsh is very, very strong. She's got the fastest season's best coming in. She's got one of the fastest lifetime best in the athlete on the outside for Lenny Shida. The World University Games silver medalist back in 2019 is basically her biggest challenge to date. Her biggest challenge today here in Montgeron. But I tell you what, Alyssa Marsh has gone straight by her. And this is, for me, a little bit of an upset at this stage in the race, because Lenny Shida, given her form that she comes in here, 52.4 and a 51.4 lifetime best as well, she's way off it. Will she come back over this final home straight? But I tell you what, on the outside then, Sila looking very, very strong indeed. And she's going to run herself into the victory here. If she stays there, she will. 52.53.49. Let's just see if that is official. I must say, 52.47. I've got that coming in at. That's a big season's best for Kamba Sila there. The 25-year-old. Proving her place to get back on that 4x4 squad. That 4x4 squad, which got 5th in Eugene, Oregon 2 years ago. So Tapia. Oh, well, that's special. And he's a man full of confidence right now, isn't he? That's is that out above the 75-meter line? I think we'd see a little bit. You'd see him a little bit more animated if that was over 80 meters again. Like I said, he's only thrown over 80 very few times, and one of them came the other day with that 86-meter throw out of nowhere almost. We could say out of nowhere, but I'm sure he's been doing stuff very, very similar in training. He knew he had it in him. And for many of these athletes, it's just getting it out on the day, showing the world what you can do. Because we know how no one is there in training. Officials keeping a close eye. So, literally 70-72. So quite underwhelming for Tapia. And perhaps carrying a little bit of fatigue from that competition the other day. It was only 2 days ago. How close was that then? Look at that. 52.47. 58.69. Just over 2/10 of a second wrapping up that women's 400 competition. Shida as well, the Ugandan, in 4th. So not a bad run for her. Just got out awfully slow, didn't she? Awfully slow. Dawdling on the back straight. Could never get back on with the likes of Sila and Marsh. I'll tell you what, I don't think Marsh would have expected such competition, to be honest with you. Wow. Wow. Mahmoud. Mustafa Mahmoud, that's big. We know the lines. That final line is 70 meters, so to give you a little bit of context, or it seems that way, and Mahmoud is someone who is an 80-meter plus thrower, 81.84, his lifetime best, 3rd at those All-African Games, the man from Egypt. It's 79.91 season's best, and well, let's see what this comes in at. 77.62. Wow, how about that? cruises into the lead, no questions. And he'll be pretty pleased, because if he can build on that, he might be getting ever so closer to a lifetime best. It would be great to see. I mean, that meet record in 2017, 80 meters and 2 centimeters by Magnus Kurt. So hopefully we can see something around there. So, men's 400 meter final up next on the track. This is B final to go first, and on the outside then you are seeing Emeric Ehue. 46.74 lifetime best. For a lot of these men, this is a chance for them to qualify for that French Championships, to get on the start line in sort of 4 or 5 weeks time, and just to say that you've been to the Olympic trials when it was the Paris Olympics. I know in London a few years ago, I can speak from my own experience, but athletes were hungry. It's something they really want on their CV, to say, look, I towed the line at the Olympic trials where they picked the team. Okay, it might be ambitious to think some of these men might go, but they can hope, they can dream, of course. Alexis Laloya, 46.46 lifetime best. He's right around there already on his season's best, so just needs to tweak a few things here. Let's see if the conditions can play ball for these athletes as well. And look, Simon Rebiroulet on the inside. I say on the inside in 2. He's got a nice, generous, lovely track here in Montgeron, 37th edition of this meeting. Known all around the world. International athletes flock here, and I'll tell you what, to give you a bit of context, the meet record 2019, Miles Pringle 45.36. So well, we'll probably talk about that more in that faster section in that A final in a moment, but to run you through that lineup one more time: Ehue, Marty Jovis, Bertine, Mudio Presso, Inyaya, Laloya, and Rebroles. Rebroles on the inside. So the only man who hasn't opened up his season yet is in 6. You can see him to the left of the picture, Jean Bertine. And then 5 on the inside of him, Mudio Presso. Ooh, false start. Goodness me, that was very, very quick from the starter's gun as well. Sometimes if the blocks aren't working or the electronic timing isn't working, that will be automated. That will happen straight away to call these men back. And he either had very, very good eyes, or there is some sort of technical difficulty. You can see the officials almost flocking to the infield now. They'll go look at the computer screen. They'll get the timing judges involved, and well, I believe these blocks won't be pressure censored by the looks. They certainly don't look that way down there. You would see wires all over the track if they were. So these are your standard old school blocks. So actually looking at which gives athletes a little bit of a leeway, because they tend to say there's a minimum reaction time a human could possibly do, and if you're inside that, it might not necessarily be a false start. You might not have started before the gun, but your reaction time suggests that it is inhuman and therefore an unfair advantage. So it does get a little bit confusing when it comes to false starts. A few years ago, before those pressure blocks, athletes would try to predict the start, I guess, but goodness me, do you remember when it was 2 false starts and you're out per individual? The gamesmanship that used to happen as well. I do think that was definitely a strategy you could take, and just to kind of up the pressure. So removing that really did kind of move those sprints along. And So then right on the outside, that's a Hui. Murray Joseph on the inside of him. Bertine in 6, who gets out well, but right up on his shoulder already is Mudio Priso. Looking very, very smooth. He's 46.5 runner already this season. He's a man who's in lifetime best form. That's always encouraging, building throughout as well. And what a special year this is for French athletics and Paris. We're about, 30, 40 minutes away from the capital city here, but it's all about Mudio Precio at the moment. He's into pink, the man, but on his inside as well is that Loyola, Alexis Loyola, just looking to come strong on the home straight and just edging clear of the rest of the field in lane 3 there. But Mudio Precio is going to go another gear, and that is world-class 400-meter running, ladies and gentlemen. 46.65, unofficial. Let's see what that comes in at officially as well. It may well stay that way, but he just responded. He had that extra gear. He didn't panic. He didn't tie up at any point. Very, very strong from him. It looked coming into that home straight, it was all Alexis Laloya. It really did, but yeah, we're waiting on the rest of the field's results to come in as well. Here we can see Laloya, 47.07. Awfully close, 100 per second down to Bertin as well, and 47.08. Season's best for him. There's your B race results confirmed so far. And now here, 47.77. So I think conditions just being a little bit of a hindrance for these 400 runners, but they won't mind that, just to get a few races in their legs at this stage in the season. And the shot put lineup. Eric Favours, the Irishman. What a fantastic career he's had. He comes here as well in quite fine form. National record holder for Ireland is Favours. Born and raised in America. So, more on him to come. Let's introduce ourselves to the rest of the field in this long jump final. And there he is, man. Garage strength. He's old school. He's a bit of a rock star, his Favours. 2093, that lifetime best and national record that he set this year. Former European team champs winner. And 27th of April, he did that. There's Malagi. And Moisa. 1865 for him. And the next man, Abdurrahman Mahmoud from Bahrain. Whoa, 21.15 lifetime best. He's their national record holder. Season's best of that 2010. 5th of those Asian Games in 19, 4th in 2023. So he's building. But look at the stature of Alemba. 21.20, his lifetime best. Can he get near it? 70th on those world rankings at the moment. 4th in those Olympic Games, the Frenchman. But there you go, Baptiste as well, the man from Mauritius. And Silas Ristil of Germany. First of those German indoor champs. In a PB, actually, through a PB there, 1995. So back to the javelin, where we're going to see Tapia get his second round throw underway. 70 meters, 72 that first round. What can he do here? The lead at 79.09 from the Finn. That's better. That's not quite. I don't think that's going to challenge for the lead, though, from Karanin, and also Mahmoud through 77.62. So we are getting out towards 80 meters, and we haven't just got one man doing it. We're going to have a few. So Tapia is going to need a throw similar to what he did just 2 days ago for that Olympic qualifying standard. I think it's so hard for athletes, especially when you are someone like Tapia, who the Olympics is such a big deal just to qualify for, to go. When you do hit that mark, to be able to come here and compete 2 days later off the high and hitting that. awfully difficult. You know, your motivation, that goal that was keeping you motivated all throughout winter training, all those sacrifices you made has now gone because you ticked that box, and now he's got another box of learning how to be consistent and building on that. And to say it was an outlier is probably an understatement as well. So he's got that to negotiate with, and he needs to become a consistent 80-meter plus thrower if he is going to feature at those Olympic Games in Paris in front of a home crowd. So this men's 400 final then, well, we've got some special European talent here, a global talent as well. On the outside, that's Ake, 47.36. He's got a lifetime best of slightly quicker than that, as you will be aware of already if you follow French athletics. But well, Kulabi on the outside of him, Toumani Kulabi, he is a man to watch. 36 years of age. The fact he's still running, you know, inside 46 seconds, around about 46 seconds, is phenomenal. Haydock Wilson then, well, former European medalist, bronze in 2022 out in Munich over the 400. He won the 4x4 with Team GB, that championship as well, and third in Budapest last year in the 4x4. So he is a key member of that British quartet. He probably comes into this as one of the favourites as well. Sumare, 46.48, his season's best. And then Mendy as well, Frederick Mendy. You're going to have to respect him if you're going to win here today. This man, Ramsey Angela from the Netherlands, 45.42 lifetime best. Ran his season's best, believe it or not, as well on the 14th of Feb. That was over in South Africa when he was on a training camp. That's silver in that 4x400 meter relay in Tokyo for a national record, the Dutchman. Look, I haven't got to educate you on Dutch athletics. He's in a fantastic place. And also, Kunta on the inside, Mohamed Abdallah Kunta, 46.05 his lifetime best. He goes in one, and it's the first time actually we've seen someone in lane one, so virtually a full field here.
On your mark.
Lane 4 vacant. That was Ludovic Ochenchi. So that's Haydock Wilson. All eyes on him. He's almost the star of the meet, isn't he? Certainly, yeah, look at him, and someone like Tapia as well, but he's got such experience. 2022 really was his year. He backed that up with a world bronze medal in the 4x4 in Budapest as well. But Haydock Wilson gets out very, very hard indeed. Up on the rest of the field already. Koulibaly and Ake on the outside of him. He's in command. He's in pole position, if you like, at this stage. 45.08 his lifetime best. That Olympic standard, by the way, 45.00. Charlie Dobson, fellow Brit, put the pressure on someone like Haydock Wilson the other night when he ran inside it to qualify, or try to book his place for Paris. Right on the inside. How about this in Kayunta? Mohamed Abdallah Kayunta, he's got a 46, so season's best, but Haydock Wilson shows his class. 46.18. Decent clocking from him, and do you know what? A little shrug of the shoulders, and I don't think he saw Kayunta on the inside at all. When he did, he just responded, and well, the best can do it even when it's not quite their day, and I think that's an example of Haydock Wilson just getting the job done today. And he'll build on that, a little way off of probably where he wants to be. But he'll fine-tune his season, and look, you really do need some perfect conditions, warm weather as well, to get anywhere near those Olympic standards. No matter how good you are, only 20 or so athletes in the world are going to hit that mark. That's the way World Athletics have designed them as well. But 48 men can actually qualify in the 400 for Paris, which the sprinters, I always think they have it a little bit easier than the likes of the field eventers. You've only got to be, I mean, over the 100. I think it's 56 go to the Paris Olympic Games in that quota, whereas 400 you cut that down to 48, and the distance events you can cut that down even more to sort of 27, right away up to 27 athletes in the 10,000, and very, very similar in the pole vault, in the high jump, and javelin throw and stuff like that. well, back to this women's triple jump in, and Jan Nielsen still leading the way from her first round in 13:47. And
Liliane Potiron au triple saut pour son 5e essai et pour l'instant 3e avec 13,30 m.
what can Liliane Potiron do here? Fifth round jump for her. She needs to make this one count. Ooh, that does look good. Where's this going to be? A couple fouls early on, 13:30 and then a 13:03. Whoa, can this challenge for the lead? 13:47. We're going to see, 13:41 it's going to be for Potiron. That's very good, and that's challenging Nielsen. That's a long way ahead as well. She edges clear of Clemence Rouillet as well. So the athlete from the Mauritius going to get a little bit of advice from her coach. Can she? She's got the 6th and final round to improve on that once more. Can she bump up? Can she win this competition? Nielsen's going to need to respond now. Her 5th round. She's got 2 jumps to edge clear, to pull away, to extend her margin even more. Just going through those motions, visualizing. You talk to any sports psychologist and athletes at the highest level, that is a massive part of their sport. And we've seen the power of journaling as well, haven't we, in the high jump, the Australian. And it's very, very apparent in in-field events. It's a lot of it, just constantly visualizing those movement patterns, how it's going to feel, being in tune with your body. Massive. Oh, that's very, very good. That's a fist pump. Well, we're going to wait. It's a foul. I think she's just a little bit gutted about that. And again, Nielsen will be straight over, eyeing up that board, eyeing up the plasticine. She wouldn't have felt it. Must have just been ever so marginal. Really must have been. Well then, this women's 800 meter final is up next. And we've got an international field. We've got a very, very big lineup, whether it be all one race. And in World Way, we're going to see athletes sharing lanes out here as well. So, who can we get an eye on? A few athletes to watch, that's for sure. And there will be the likes of Jenna Bromell, the Irish athlete. But right on the outside, then that's Rokier. She may well be pacing, but unsure what that pace will be going off at. And got the unpredictability there of Sorkue. Tabari on the inside of her, wearing 11. There we are, Tabari, 2:10, her lifetime best. Well, there she is then, Jenna Bromell, the Irish. The Irish woman, 2:01, her lifetime best, 2:01.56 as well. She set that earlier this year in Belfast on the 11th of May. And recently come off a win in Britain as well before coming out here into this 800 field. So this is a field that she'll look to beat here. She is one of the better athletes for Kieran. On the inside of her, you can see wearing that number 200. And she too, Berenice Fulkieran, 2:01 runner on her day. 2:04 season's best. That was over in Oregon, so she's back. And you've got the Spaniard there, Bordio. And Clara Lieberman, also a 2:01 athlete, 800 meters indoors, 2:03. So that was strong on a 4:12 clocking. So there we are, Tamayo, the Spaniard. And right on the inside then to complete that lineup, Sigune, 2:17.98. Oh, well, she's going to need to improve on that. She's going to live with this company. We could see a complete golfing class here. I'll be honest with you, looking at the start list, we've got a real mix of athletes. However, saying that, you know, the season is just getting going and it does depend where they are in their training regime, but also I've got to give it to some athletes. They don't always go and pace races. They'll do tactical races and learn on their tactics, try and improve there. And I think that's a very, very important skill as this women's 800, the A final, gets underway here. And they all file around that bend. It's a rather large field, but like I said, I think the meet organisers would have looked at that and looked at the kind of abilities of athletes and said, you know, it is a large field, but by the time they get 100 metres, 200 metres into this race, it's going to file, single file pretty quickly just because of the mix in class, to be honest with you. So, Clara Lieberman there of France, personal best 201.10 actually. Last year, she comes in here with good strength, 1500 work being banked earlier on in the season as well, 412. She ran there for a season's best over 1500, so she's in pretty swift form, and she can bank on that strength and what had them through 46-ish through that first 300. Let's see what this comes in at, 45 high, sorry, so it'll be about 60, 61 through this first lap, and that will set them up nicely for a sort of 202, 201 clocking, and that'll be good. Oh, you can see Montgeron really, really far back. She's going to have to do some serious work over this lap. You see her there, she's the one bridging the gap between the two packs. Is it in there? And also Jenna Bramell of Ireland. She sits in, well, second in the race at the moment in the black. She's in good form. She comes with a 201 and a 2-3 season's best. She's been winning races, competing up there. The Irish Miners. I mean, she was in that race with the very talented Phoebe Gill last week, in fact. But so don't count out the Irishman. But I tell you what, Clara Lieberman up front at the moment, looking very smooth, and she's been there all race. And look, when you're hot, you're hot. These athletes know what form they come into these races, and she's done the 1500 work. She's done the strength work. Look at that, 145 on the clock. Looks like we're going to be just outside 2 minutes if they can hold it at this rate. So, Lieberman looking good, and she just goes again, doesn't she? She's got another gear at this stage, and it's going to be just outside 2 minutes. Awfully close to her personal best, but look, 63, a strong run and a win. That's the most important thing, and a convincing victory for her out there. 2:90 I've got as well. Charlotte Dumas in second, 2:04, and Trapio coming through in 2:05.39. So a very disappointing performance for Brummel there, 2:05.68. You wonder what went wrong. But, well, she was just fired up, wasn't she? She looked excited. She was fired up. Look at that. How off-putting if you are lining up next to her on the start line. You're thinking, oh, boy, what have I got myself in for here? And, well, Lieberman put on a masterclass in 800-meter running. Gun to tape victory for her. There's no question about that. And that meet record will live another year. 2006. Maldonado, 2 minutes flat, 79. So you get to see a sub 2 minute clocking on this track. Aguma with that world lead as well. So thrilling 800 meter women's race. Moving over to a thrilling final round in this women's long jump competition. And Issouf is someone who's been there and thereabouts the whole way through. Can she bump up? She sits in fourth at the moment with 13:24. It's still Nielsen, Petiron, Rouillet, and Issouf. So this is her last chance to really do something about it. Oh, I don't think that's going to improve on that 13:24, is it?
13,24, c'était sa meilleure marque de l'après-midi pour Javelin Issouf. Clémence Pougier, 3e avec 13,37. C'est la 6e performance mondiale de l'été chez les juniors.
Let's see if there's a white flag that comes up. Officials are, it's definitely rolling on the board. 12.91 officially, actually, from Issouf just coming through now on my screen. So with a plus 1.4 win, she would have hoped for better. But again, like I said, just struggling to adjust their run-ups. Okay, then Sakana Gale. Well, it hasn't really been her day today, and she is someone who is more than capable of winning this competition. Season best of 13:35. 13:19 first round jump. That seemed promising, but she just hasn't been able to sort of capitalize and improve on that. Look at that series of jumps there. 12, 26, 33, 11.89 and 12.74. So she's going to at least want to get back into 13. So shows she can do that consistently. And then from there, can she challenge for the medals? 13:37 is Clemence Rie in third at the moment. And Sakana would need a 5 centimeter improvement to get herself up into fourth. As she sits in sixth. Awfully tight down there. Dossel, Gale, Beal, and Souf all just 5-6 centimeters apart. So then here we go. Gale to jump, good takeoff. Oh, it's just perhaps a little bit too slow through the transition phase. Has lost a little bit of momentum, didn't she? For me. She claps out though, and she's reasonably happy with that competition. Like I said, they're going to be, a lot of athletes will be back to back over these next few weeks. It's going to be awfully busy with that Olympic deadline coming very, very soon indeed. So then that men's 800 meters. Up next on the track. And there's a few to watch in here. Well, Thomaset on the outside, 1:52.43. He's going to find it hard to live with some of these men in this field, to be honest with you. But hopefully he can get dragged round to a personal best. If you're his coach, you're surely going to say to him, aren't you? Just get yourself on the back, hang in there, and just have a smooth ride. Don't get cut up too much. Don't chop and change position too much. But he's a bit of a hometown favourite. He's wearing these his hometown colours as well. This is his track. This is where he trains. Yay, 1:47 lifetime best for him. And Andrade, Thomas Andrade, 1:46 lifetime best, 1:47 season's best. Comes in this with a pretty good form as well. But well, Hani Mahamdi, what can he do? Well, Yusuf Benzemaya, he's in a spot with that hair, isn't he? But again, this field, you could put a blanket over it, to be brutally honest with you. It's just very, very tight. Wet up, 1:47, and all these men just right on that 1:46 mark, to be honest. Well, Mehmet Shelek in two, and well, this man 1:46 lifetime best, 1:47 season's best. Onto that Bernie team, trains for the same, I believe trains in the same training group as Gabriel Tuel, fantastic Olympic finalist in Tokyo 2021. So he's under watchful eye of that training group, and he's performing very, very well at the moment. Gradually getting better as he goes. So what can these men do here? We got one of the best domestic fields that France will be putting together this season. I know we got the big hitters like Robert and Tual and people like that. Of course, Pierre Ambos mentioning his retirement from the sport earlier this year. What an inspiration he was to a French 800 meter run. In that 2017 victory was just out of this world. It really was something special. And if you're unfamiliar with Pierre Ambroise Ambos, well, he really did wear his heart on his sleeve, didn't he? 1:44.70 is that qualifying time for the Olympic Games for these men. Conversely, they can get to Paris if they sit inside the top 48 in the world. 48 athletes in the world. So few of them will have that on their mind. But these gentlemen here today, I think this is a preparation for the national championships to come at the end of the month for me. Well, Nielsen in the long jump. This could be her last jump, as it we're just waiting. I think these 800 meter runners are waiting for her to get that jump done as well. So it gives a right smile. Little clap to the fans as well. Thanks everyone here in the Montgeron meeting in this arena. Oh, look out then. Thomas Andrade in 6. Phenomenal talent. This man's been representing France on a junior level for many, many years. Now he looks to transition into those senior ranks, Andrade. And on the inside, getting a really good start as well is Magnou, Corentin Magnou in 1. So he's going to break on the inside. He's just powering through, isn't he, to get that position as soon as possible. And it's interesting. Everyone has a different style. They all rush and scatter to get to the front of 200 meters, and then they slot in. And this is lovely, actually. If you're an 800 runner right now, this is exactly what you want. Single file. It's fast enough to move things along, and you've just got to hang on. You've got to stay relaxed. And they're doing exactly that, aren't they? So Benzema as well. He sits in second. Yusuf Benzema for now, and that's Hani Mohammed in here. Shelek at the rear of the field as well. 51.25. Well, that's quick enough. We saw an 800 at the LA Grand Prix go through in that last night, and Bryce Hoppel managed to go on and win in 1:43. So plenty quick enough for these men. Pace has done a fantastic job to get them to 500 in 65. So they haven't slowed too much. They've just got to hold it together now. Can we see a 1:46, 1:45 clocking? That would be special for these men. And it's the two training partners. They'll know each other well. So Magnu and Andrade coming up on the back straight. But at the moment, Benzema, Yusuf Benzema, looking very smooth. Look, he's got the fastest personal best on paper. He's got one of the fastest season's bests on paper as well. And he's performing here. He's putting on a show. He's going to come under pressure from the Algerian, Mohammed. Though down the home straight in the glasses. And look at Çelik come through as well on the inside. The Turk. It's going to come all the way through. But it's going to be Mohammed who's going to take it on the line. 1:46.37. Very, very impressive from him. Hani Mohammed timed it to perfection. And to be honest with you, though, the race, it sets up awfully well for him, didn't it? It really did. That's what more do you want? So Magnu sits in second. Çelik there in third as well. Benzema fading back into fourth place. Just to apologise, actually, that looks like it was Louis Orati. So Louis Orati, good win for him. There you go. And Mohammed, nowhere to be seen. Çelik in third, Magnu in second there, Benzema fourth, and Andrade in 5. 1:47.14 to conclude that top 5. So fantastic jumping from fantastic running from all these men, and jumping from these women as well. Nilsson takes the win in 13:47. That's the season's best. Batarin hangs on for second, and Rouillet where she was early on in third. So nothing changed in that 6th round in the women's triple jump, and that concludes things there. And now I believe we're going to turn our attention to some faster action on the track. 110 meter hurdles for the men, followed up by the women's, and they're going to be heats. So we've got 4 races ahead of us before we go into some 100 meter races as well. Back to the hurdles finals, and then we've got the 3000, and then finish up with those 100 finals, and a few para events as well. So looking forward to that 100 meter para women's and 400 meter para men's race coming up a little bit later on. Well, then there's the fin. Kiernan. Such a rich history of expertise, and look at that, sails it, and that's right around 75 meters again for him. Sails it well clear. Tony Karanin, and leads the way, 79.09 in first place, as you can see. But what's he done here? Backs that up with a 74.44, and that one 74.07. So consistent throwing from him. And Tapia in third, can't seem to get it together. Can't seem to replicate that throw of a few days ago. 86.11 there. And Mahmoud sits in second, the man from Egypt. And then you can see, look, it's an all-French affair. Almost like a French national championships from 2 to 8. A little bit further down. So waiting for these 110 meter hurdles to get lined up. We'll keep you posted with this javelin competition. Clement Rieu is struggling in 8th place at the moment, 55.46, so he's way off his best, and so is Sultoni, and 56.59. So Clement Ryu will be up next in that javelin competition. Bressieux as well, 69.83. So a few of these men just haven't quite found it. They are throwing into a little bit of a headwind as well, so it makes it, I guess, a little bit more difficult for them to really catch that javelin, soar it out towards new heights. But no doubt about the leader in that one, Tony Kiernan. The Finn, the expert Finn, shall I say. And Kiernan has got a fantastic CV. Anytime you're the Finnish national champion, you know you mean business. He's competed at the World Championships as well in Budapest, and a few of these men could dream of, well, that's what they're working towards, shall I say, of going to a major championships and competing there. Bressieux through pretty consistent 69.04. In his 5th round throw, so rattling through that javelin competition. We're coming near the end, and we're in the 5th round, and so there is not much time for the likes of Tapia. And to give you Tapia's throws, actually, I think 70-72, 71-12, and then passed in 3. And actually, I think Tapia may have called it a day here. He may be tired, he may be sluggish, but he hasn't got any 4th round throw showing. And see if he's due to line up in the 5th. So. So, hello and welcome if you are just joining us. We are here at the Montgeron meeting, the 37th edition. We've just seen some 800-meter races, so feel free to go back and watch those. We're waiting. I'm keeping you posted with the javelin results. Not quite sure why we didn't have any images on that javelin for so long as well. And also the men's shot is also taking place. So there's a lot to be watching. I'm glad we are back to it. And bringing you images and live footage of these events taking place. That men's shot put final going on now. They are into their 4th round, or about to embark on their 4th round. Silas Ristel, the big German, leads the way. So quite surprisingly, actually, Eric Favors just not quite clicking for him. But hey, how about him? Awara Alemba. He's a special talent. He's done amazing things for shot put throwing in France, inspiring many. 4th, agonizingly 4th at those 2016 Olympics, wasn't he? But he's unbeaten in France all year long. And that record may well be under threat now, because he's had about 6 competitions so far this season, unbeaten in all of them. So Lemba sits in 3rd place with 1931. No improvement on that with a 1910 4th round. So he's got 2 rounds to get back over that sort of 20-meter mark. That's really going to be his aim, with a lifetime best of 21:20. But it would take a season's best of 1961 to do that. He'd have to surpass that mark. And well, Mahmoud, the man from Bahrain, in national record holder over there, 21:15. Season's best is 20 meters and 10 centimeters as well. 4th at those Asian Games in 2023. Again, these men, they know they're capable of throwing out beyond 20 meters. But can we see someone to almost lead the way, to be that trailblazer? And I think that's where those yellow cones are. So I think that's another throw shy of 20 meters here. Just see what it comes in at. Waiting to get his fourth round throw. 1936, by the way. That was in the second round. 1867, so not even shy of 20 meters. Shy of 19 meters. Just a little bit fatigued, aren't they? So a few PBs a little bit further down as well. I mentioned that. Malagi. Moisen. And Punchel is in 8th place with the season's best of 18:18. Bernard Baptiste to get things going, but here he is, the man who leads away. Silas Ristol, the German indoor champion. And like I said, I know they measure it a different way indoors, but it's exactly the same event, really. And it does always baffle me why they have different marks indoors and outdoors in the field events when it's just pretty much the same. I think, especially in the shop, but you don't really have conditions that are that bad. Obviously, a wet circle makes a big difference, but you know, the wind doesn't affect that thing too much. That heavy 7.2 kilo shot at all. Nice throw, nice vest for him. Look, outlining a track. But these guys are just mesmerizing. The work they put in as well, how the training has to be really, really specific, explosive as well. Speed, their speed over 20 meters is just phenomenal. Not to say they keep up with a sprinter or anything like that, but they're very, very explosive. They're very, very fast over that initial sort of 10, 20 meters, because they just have to be. Look at that. You see the force they generate just to fire that shot out of nowhere up into the sky. Boy, does it come down with a thud. Well, I believe this is Bernard Baptiste. Yes, it is. And that'll be another throw. He just fell straight out. Well, the officials won't mind, will they? That's they haven't got to go in the pit and do any measuring. So they won't mind at all. These men will. Okay, then Malagi sits in 5th. Can he improve on that? 1917. He's already thrown a lifetime best. Sometimes these athletes, that's enough motivation for him. Wow, wow, he's chuffed with that, and what a series he's putting together here in Montgeron. Malagi, 1917, 3rd. What's he done here? 1923. I've got officially on my screen as that would be another lifetime best for this man. That is just phenomenal throwing. He's still, well, to put it into context, that also that Olympic qualifying standard, 21, 50, 32 athletes to go to Paris. Well, maybe he's just starting to think about that. Eric Favors. The Budapest last round 1. That's a much better throw from him. Whether it's going to be above 20 meters or not, I don't think so. I mean, we saw, like you say, Malagi's throw in that last round, and it was landed in a very similar location. And well, I say a similar location, literally 3-4 centimeters further than Malagi. He throws 1927, does Eric Favors. So he's got a nice consistent showing, the American-born Irish athlete. Very consistent at the moment. So Odin Alemba steps up. Like I said, bit of a national hero when it comes to this event. Really did challenge for the medals in Rio. See, Tokyo didn't quite go to plan. He's ranked 70th in the world. It's just a bit flat, isn't it? Gets a good distance on it, though. Some really good distance. So I believe those cones are 18, 19, and 20. 20 being the green cone right at the end there. 1930 coming in at 1930. That's a 5th round throw for Elemba. But let's have a 100 meter. 110. Up here for you today. Some absolute superstars, and this for me was one of the highlights of the event. And it's a good job we got heats, so we get to see these athletes not once but twice. And I think what's interesting in this and at meetings like this in Montgeron to offer heats for these athletes is a massive benefit. It really is, just because they just early season like this, they want to get a few runs out, they want to find their rhythm, especially if conditions are a little bit iffy as well. Can they adjust their stride when it comes to the final, and how fast they go through the blocks and all things like that? They have got a pretty strong tailwind, these men, and we know that hurdlers enjoy very still conditions. If anything a slight headwind. It does depend on what kind of athlete you are, but a slight headwind just to make it a little bit easier technically to get back down on the ground, and also just to stay in your stride. The tailwind, you have to kind of chop yourself. You almost pick up too much speed, too much momentum. And Lara do say there is goes in this one. He's potentially one to watch, and a man that we will be keeping an eye on. I guess the heavy favourite in this heat one is Andrew Pozzi for sure. And he gets, there he is then, wait for the crowd in the orange singlet, making it easy for us. 13.14 his lifetime best of Pozzi. And next to him as well, Rafael Mohammed. Lifetime best 13.49. That was into a headwind on the 16th of May. Like I said, sometimes it's better to go. Also in this one, Cameron to go. Nolan. Vancouver and local lad, local club. There he is, 15.71. He goes right on the outside. There's Jacques Sakane. So for me, Bunane goes in 3, Pozzi in 4, and Mohammed in 5. Bunane is the Algerian athlete, 13.37. He wears the navy colours, and didn't really mention him too much, but he's the national record holder in Algeria. And he ran that at those World Championships semi-final, and African Games champion in 2022 as well. Can he be the Montgeron champion in 2024? 2 years later, right? That's his challenge. Still only 26 years of age too. So away they go then. I mentioned Banane in the navy next to Pozzi in that bright orange. It's a heat. He looks fluid, does Pozzi. He looks fluid right now. He's just drifting over these hurdles, snapping down nice and quick. Mohammed's going to come up on his outside, out-dip him. 13.33, and he's pretty stoked with that because he knows who he beat. He knows who Andrew Pozzi is, and Pozzi congratulates him. He's got a final to run. They both have. Wind 1.5. Plus 1.5 as well, but that is a big lifetime best for Rafael Mohammed, hence why he's so pumped up. And not only that, he's awfully close to that auto Olympic qualification mark of 13.27, and that's something that Pozzi hasn't got this season either. 13.42 season's best for Pozzi, so I'll take that and go in third. 13.57. Well, whoa. Look at this. Good start from Pozzi. He's just a perfectionist, isn't he, over these barriers, to be honest with you. Look at that. Just drifting over as he is just a little bit messier. Is Rafael Mohammed. You can just see that trail that gets up so high of Mohammed's just to help him snap that down. Oh, the lean. It's something special in hurdles, isn't it? And it's all to do with they gain that momentum. They're not quite running as fast as a sprinter would because of the break in stride pattern. So they can have this miraculous lean coming off that final hurdle. Very special. Everyone congratulating him as well. And that's what this sport's about. Look at the crowd here, by the way, in Montgeron. I mentioned before, it was one of One of the best meetings in the world. There's over 1,200 sort of world athletics, track and field recognized meetings, and it sits inside that top 100. So that's encouraging. The meet organizers very much delighted with that and looking to continue to kind of push this meeting on over the years. We've got some fantastic meet records. I mean, meet record here, 2015, by the way. Garfield Darien, 13:20. We're not a million miles from that. Bearing in mind that was a heat, we got a final to go. Bunani struggled in fourth. One of the fastest men on paper, 13:68. He'll have to wait and see about this final now. We've got heat 2 to come. Heat 2 to come as we turn our attention back to this men's shot put. Alemba still in third. Oh, he's trying to keep that unbeaten streak. It's going to take 1985 to do it. 1984, Silas, we're still the German. He's over here and he's spoiling the party. He's spoiling the French party here. There's going to be one big party in a few weeks in Paris, isn't there? And Alemba's doing all he can to try and get there. He's teetering on the edge of those world ranking points. He's a little way off that auto qualification mark. However, he's having fun with his athletics. He's winning competitions, and that's the biggest thing. And even here today, that won't be good enough to improve. So I think we are looking at Alemba is going to stay in third place with 1931. PB behind him with Malagi, 1929 was massive. Favours, disappointing from the Irishman. But I think he's got one more throw to redeem himself as Favours. And nope, just double checking now, fouled out. So 1927 will be how he'll end the competition. And the only men left is the man from Bahrain and the man from Germany, Mahmoud. Abdurrahman Mahmoud. Like I said to you before, Asian Games, he enjoys that competition there. 5th in 2019, 4th in 2023. Yeah, he'll look at 2025 or 2027 as being the year. Can he get onto that podium? Can he really challenge? That's big! Oh, he'll enjoy that, will Mahmoud. Is it over 20 meters? It looks to be right on that line, there or thereabouts. It looks to be just shy of 20 meters, to be fair. And he's already thrown 1978, so I think we can expect to see something very similar. But hey, talk about saving your best to last. That's when you want to pull it out, when no one can respond. 1968 for him then. So round 2 of this men's 110 meter hurdles. It's an all French affair, apart from that man in the middle, Abasui, Michael Abasui. And I tell you what, he will not go easy. He is someone to watch. 13:32 lifetime best. Just very, very consistent in the 13:3, 13:2 range over these 110 hurdles. He's done 3 this year already. He's the Belgian national under 20 record holder, and he was 7th at the World Indoor Championships in Glasgow. Ronan Grief then. Again, 13:59, season's best of just inside 14 seconds. There he is, then, the man I was just mentioning, Michael Oversee. And 13:32 in 2021, been struggling sort of get back to that, except for this year with that 13:38. He really has improved. Oriel Manga. So he is also another man to really watch out for. Superb French talent, 8th of those Olympic Games in Tokyo. Junior FF for him. 13:85 lifetime best. The season's best outside 14. He's going to struggle in this company, like I said, with the likes of Manga, who's been there and done it at the Olympic Games. And Dylan Seelan on the outside, who also just going to be right on that edge of 14-second barrier. So really, for me, between Manga and Abasayu in this heat, Manga in 4. French hurdling in a fantastic place right now. That Olympic standard, 13:27. Manga's already run quicker than that. His lifetime best is quicker than that. He'd like to back that up this year, though. 13:46 season's best. Obasai has never run that. Can he break that mark? So away they go in a smooth start. Obasai looks to be first to rise. It looks very, very even, doesn't it, between him and Manga in 4 and 5. These two just neck and neck. They're smooth. And this is a heat. They're feeding off one another. Who's going to get it on the lean? Oh, it looked like Obasai at 13:24. Is that Olympic standard ticked off for him? It's the equal. That will equal Manga's lifetime best as well. Wow. PB's national record for the Belgian. Well, he's a national under-20 record holder. Now make him a national senior record holder. What a run from him. Conditions ever in these men's favour. But that was just smooth as anything. The pair of them just looked very, very relaxed, didn't they? They weren't tense. They weren't embarrassed. They weren't. And I think this is often the way, isn't it? The heats just take the edge off the win and the victory. And it just enables you to just be fluid and keep calm and smooth. And that is when you run your fastest. But look, it may sound like common sense, but it's not common practice, that's for sure, to be relaxed like that over a course of a 110 hurdles. But Michael Obasai, what a run from him, 13:24. And ladies and gentlemen, we are setting ourselves up for a fantastic final, because that meet record of 13:20, we could see that gone, shattered. Daniel Roberts leads the world lead with 13:11, but we are seeing some good hurdling in the heats here at the meeting Montgeron. Look at this thing, and this is what I'm talking about from the pair of them. Both lead with their right, don't they? That the left trail leg. So just giving each other a little bit of space. Their arms aren't getting tangled up, but yeah, one thing, neither of them clips. Oh, Manga just clips that one saying that, and that's cost him. That's cost him, because then you can see Obasai and again on the end Manga. So if he tidies up his run, he's on for something special. But just able to stay a little bit more relaxed when there's just not so much at stake with it being a final and a heat. And often you see it in the 100 as well, when people ease down, they think, oh, I'll have loads left when I work so much harder. But it's not often the way in this sport. It really isn't. So you go to national record 13:24 for Obasai. Look at him spoiling the French party, why doesn't he? 13:27 from Manga. Lecour as well qualifies 13:46. That means the other three qualifiers will probably come from that first heat once they wrap up all that action as well. Over to the shot then. This is Silas Ristol. This is his 6th and final throw. He's already won the competition. What can he pull out here? Oh, that's big. Very, very big. Let's see where this comes in at. 1993. That's 6th round throw. Wow. Fair play to Ristol. And look, that's a great competition for him to come over here and get that under his belt and take victory. You know he's accomplished, the German national champion. I think anytime you're a German champion in just about any event, you are pretty serious, aren't you? And it sets you up nicely for the global stage. And often you'll find that with countries, and you know, America are obviously an easy one to pick out, but you know, they're a country we never have to worry about athletes hitting their mark. If you're a national champion in America, you most likely have that Olympic standard. The level over there just so strong. But it's like that here in some European nations. It is funny. You can just be suited to slightly different events, and definitely in the throws. The Scandinavians are notoriously very, very good. The Swedes, Norwegians, and the Finns, very, very strong indeed. So well, that was your men's 110 hurdles. We're going to have the women's 100 hurdles up next. The men's long jump final is going to get underway as well. And then that will see us at about, once that men's long jump final starts, that will see us about halfway through the evening. here in Montgeron, France. And then Javelin competition as well. Bringing some official results there because that was wrapped up. Tony Karinen of Finland won that 79.09. Tapia kind of exited the competition after 3 rounds, decided enough was enough, and when he threw that 86 meter plus throw, I think just a couple days ago, he was already committed to this meet. He didn't want to drop out. It's an opportunity for him still to throw, but yeah, he bailed early. Go and rest up. And Mustafa Mahmoud as well in second. You can see him, the Egyptian, 77.62. So again, the French athletes having to play second fiddle to those internationals coming over here. Well, near perfect conditions, I must say, and I've got to give it to this crowd. They come out time and time again at this historic meeting. It's very, very, well, reasonably close to France. I won't say very, very close. Reasonably close to Paris, apologies, in France, of course. And that's going to be the focal point. I do just think the excitement is starting to really bubble away in the country, isn't it, in the nation, from an athletic perspective as well. People are looking, oh, who is going to go? Who's going to take those spots? And it's amazing for those who do get to go to the biggest stage on earth, and heartbreaking for those who miss out because it's a long, long 4 years. So women's 100 meter hurdles heats are going to be off. That's what we're waiting for now. Just letting those officials adjust those heights. They're set to go at 4:50, and so we've got about 7 minutes or so. So still a little bit of a pause in the program, to be honest, for us to soak up. We're seeing a few transition and field events as well around the track, and just gives the crowd here a chance to get some refreshments. So welcome if you are just joining us. If you've been with us throughout the afternoon, thank you very much, and I hope you stick around because we've got those finals for the men's 110 hurdles, the women's 100 hurdles up next as well, heats, and then they'll have their final later on, as well as the 100 meter dash, which is also fast approaching 3,000 for some endurance. We've got some fantastic talent in that actually and it makes it even more interesting with the distance races, because of course that can add to your world rankings positions over the 5,000. And well, what a shot this is then, just seeing these ladies go through their warm-up routine. So that men's long jump competition, and there is a little bit of a standout athlete in that. Portuguese athlete, Gerson Balde of Portugal. He is just very, very strong. Leapt out to, and you know what? He's a bit of an all-rounder, to be brutally honest with you. When you look at him, you can see him there, cool, calm customer in the green, just sitting down on the chair. That's Jean-Pierre Bertrand as well. He's got a lifetime best of 8:08. 25 season best, that PB back in 2017. So sometimes maybe a little bit frustrating for athletes when they got a lifetime best from 7 years ago. But you just have to have the faith, don't you, that you can get back to that level. And that's something which I think Bertrand will hope for he can do today on home soil as well. We've also got Peter Tarkowski of Poland. He's another 8 meter plus jumper. And look, 8 meters is really that kind of barrier, isn't it? It's almost the difference in world class. As soon as you clear 8 meters, you can really call yourself a kind of global long jumper. Similar barriers are kind of 2 minutes in the 800 for the women, or 45 seconds in the 400 for men. That sort of level. Or probably more like 46 over the 400, but maybe like 10-1, 10 flat. But men's long jump competition, 8 meters and 27 centimeters is their qualifying mark for the Paris Olympic Games. 32 men will go. So we'll keep them posted on that as they continue to prepare. But this has been another fantastic meeting, going since 1985, 37th edition now, and it's one that really has started to shape and scope track and field in France, and they're a massive nation who they should have some top talent, we know that, and the Olympic Games have just bolstered that. And meetings like this as well, especially in the community, for people to come down and meet professionals, and for youngsters to meet the professionals, see them train, and on a very personal level as well. It's quite relaxed down here. It's not exclusive. It's not like a Diamond League where you don't get any access to the athletes. You can here. Of course, Noah Lyles mentioning a few weeks ago the World Relays in Bahamas, fans being allowed up personal and close on the warm-up track, asking for autographs. Said he struggled to get his warm-up done, so potentially a bit of a catch-22. You've got to get that balance right. But I do think, in a sport like track and field, it's all about the stories. It's all about what you know about that person, and it's got to do more to really share those stories. That's the difficulty. As soon as you understand those stories, then it's much easier to follow and get passionate about individuals, isn't it? Because being an individual sport, you can't expect to know everything about everyone, and you're only going to have your favorites, and that's natural. But okay, then the women's 100 hurdles finally looks set to run. That slight pause, slight delay in the program there. Here we are then. Kiskia Benguino. Benguino, 1366 performer over the hurdles. Really low, 13 seconds is quite serious clocking, so she's just got to hang in there today, get a smooth run over these barriers as well. Next to her, Bayou, 1340, and how about this lady, Titania Hulu then? Very strong Canadian, 1304 personal best. It's Sasha Alessandrini, 1305 her personal best. But all eyes on Tina Linden. Well, Maika Tienelim, 12.66 personal best. Season's best of just outside 13 at the moment. She's a Dutch national champion indoors. 8 of those European championships indoors as well. And next to her, Adama, Celine Adama of France, 12.77. More on her to come. Those two are the ones you're looking at to safely get through this final. And Montgeron on the outside, 13.84. So what can she do? A little bit of a multi-event background. And often the hurdles, they do just attract a lot of different athletes, don't they? Whether it be, you know, those athletes, you see some of them who are able to do high jump, hurdles. It's a bit of a multi-eventers paradise, this event. It's the one they tend to take to quite kindly. And you think of the likes of Jess Ennis in her day, how strong she was over the hurdles, running sort of 12 sixes in the middle of a heptathlon.
On your marks.
I say in the middle. Always the first event, isn't it? So here we go. Then look out. Then you've got Tienelim and Dharma next to each other. They go in 5 and 6. Holu, the Canadian, in 3. So there she is settling into her blocks. 13.04 runner. And if she has a smooth run, we've already seen in the men's personal best. We've seen Olympic qualifying marks hit as well. We've seen season's best. Could we see something similar in these women's hurdles? They've got a following breeze. If you can cope with that, that doesn't throw you off. You can run fast here in Montgeron. Oh no. Oh no. It looks like, was that Ndama or Tienelim? Defo looked like movement from 5 and 6. Oh. It's two of the best. It's two of the best in the game here. And you just wouldn't expect that. And you can see already the frustration with Celine and Dharma. Wow. She's third at those European Championships indoors in the pentathlon in 2019. I mentioned that this would be a great opportunity for her to really get over these hurdles, but she's out. She's out of here. European champion. European junior champion, sorry, in 2017 as well. And, oh, that's frustrating because she got disqualified in the final at those European Championships in Berlin. And okay. Is she running under protest here? This is very peculiar. We haven't got, I do apologize, I've got very, very little information or announcement on what is actually going on down there track side. And the images that we had didn't really show too much either. So, yeah, we can only speculate at this stage. So where they go in second time around in his women's 100-meter hurdles, he won. Tienelim, I mentioned, in 5, looking very, very smooth. But Sasha Alessandrini in the orange. Can she take it? Tienelim, the Dutch woman, comes strong. Takes it on the line. Oh, what's the time? I can tell you that much that right the race got underway. It was a plus. And that's fantastic because that's the season's best for Tienelim, 12.93. It's an equal personal best as well for Alessandrini in second in 13.05. Look at that. And Ahulu, the Canadian, in third, 13.28. And then Dharma, well, false started and just jittery. Something's not quite right there from Ndama. Let's have a look here. What happened? For me, all eyes on Tienelim and Alessandrini, dead center in the orange, and to the left of the orange athlete, that's Tienelim. But Ndama just could never get on terms, could she? These girls were just away. They were gone. And a lovely one to Tienelim and Alessandrini. Personal best. And you can't complain about that at all. 12.65, by the way, that meet record. That may be hard to beat. Toby Amasan as well, leading the way in 12.40 in the world right now.
Présentation du concours du saut en longueur. Sept athlètes dans ce concours. Les minima pour le championnat d'Europe 8 mètres pour les Jeux Olympiques.
Well then, let's introduce this men's triple jump competition. We've got Balde, the Portuguese athlete. Fantastic talent, 8.14. This man can do it over anything as well. He dabbles in a bit of high jump, a bit of long jump. Just very, very talented, even a bit of sprints. But Cadio there, introduce him, 770 his lifetime best, 765 season's best. So he's right around where he needs to be at this stage in the season, that's for sure. Alice, 755. So just filtering through this field, and we've got the Polish athlete Pieri here from Bordeaux, and then we turn our attention to Peter Tukowski. Like I said, he's one of the few men over 8 meters in this field as well, 8.03, coming back from a few years ago, and then Jokin as well, 765, 764 and 63 is the season's best. So he's another one who's in fine form heading into this. And we'll turn our attention back to that men's long jump final after this women's heat 2. A few names to look out for. Crystal Morrison again in the centre, 5, the Jamaican. Anytime you see a Jamaican flag, you do tend to pay a little bit closer attention, don't you? That's because she's been competing in Jamaica over the last few months, and now she's onto the European circuit. 11.6 is her 100-meter season's best. Let's focus on who we've got here as well. Gente, athlete to watch, 13.31 season's best and lifetime best. Performing very, very well. Well, Kalmasi is an interesting talent as well. Semi-finalist at those World Indoor Championships in Glasgow. She won in Spain just a few days ago on Friday, and in 18.28, so she really does come here in good form. Judy Chalku as well on the outside of her also comes in good form, 24-year-old, 5th in Montgeron just a few days ago, 16th of May. Crystal Morrison, look at that for a lifetime best. Isn't quite where she'd like to be, but anytime you've got 12.69 next to your name, we know you can move, and technically if you get it right and the fitness is there, what is holding you back? And Fafana Couture, yes, Sarah Fafana Couture, and Sailors on the outside, then Pauline Sally, 13.87 season's best. So all strong running, all strong contenders to make this final. Don't forget, top two auto, and then 4 fastest losers. So everything to run for a little bit further down the field. See half of the race qualifying at this stage. So look out in 4. You've got Judy Chalku, Kalmasi in 3, and on the outside of her, Crystal Morrison. They're your big hitters. 3, 4, and 5. We expect the win to come from there. It has done in those last few previous heats as well, but don't write off the likes of Gente in 2. She's a low 13, 300-meter hurdler, and she's consistent at that as well. So no wind at all as they get underway. Just looked at that reading, but Chalku in the center looks very, very smooth. Leads early on as well. As we're halfway through this 100-meter hurdle race. It's all Chalku. Who's going to finish faster? Morrison. The class comes to the top. Oh, 13.03. Thank you very much. We'll wait for the official result. 13.02. It looks like officially season's best. Obviously a big Q next to her name, and didn't panic, did she? At any time. She just did not panic. 13.02. Season's best for Chalku as well. Lovely. And you look, there's your fastest losers. Top 2 per heat in the 4 best times. So Hulu, Gilami, and Dharma and Mutubian will get through to that next round. Get through to the final, shall I say. Aquabia with a personal best in 4th in that heat, 13.35. So didn't make the final, but rewarded with a personal best. And yeah, you can't do more than that, can you? Well, it took inside 13-2 really to qualify for that final. Look at Morrison there, though, just very, very smooth. Just came back, then she's so light, sort of just flies over those hurdles. Fantastic career she's had, and she's been working, and I think that's a little bit of strength there. She's been working on that top speed as well. She's done a few 100-meter races over the last few weeks to really sharpen up for this European season, and now she comes over here ready to attack. Kalmasi there in third, and Aquavia. Oh, she is fastest loser. Fantastic. 13:35 qualified in fourth. Lifetime best for her as well to do so. Nothing better than that.
Édition du meeting international de la ville de Montgeron, avec le soutien bien sûr des collectivités, la ville, le département.
So in the men's long jump final, Girsa Baldi is the hot favourite, but he fouled out on his first attempt. Next after him is going to be Jean-Pierre Bertrand. He's on the runway now. Here's Bertrand. He's an 8 meters and 8 centimeter jumper. French national champion once upon a time as well, and lifetime best stems back from 2017. So what can he do here? Can he get back to that form? Can he challenge? Olympic qualifying mark, 8 meters and 27 centimeters is just absurd. To think the likes of Greg Rutherford won an Olympic gold medal in about 8:40, and they want sort of 20 men inside that mark. But they really are getting there. I think there's 13 or 14 already, and 32 men will qualify for Paris in the long jump. So, Bertrand. Good speed and just good to get a jump on the board, to be honest. Even if it is 7:26, it's just good to feel the runway, feel the wind out there as well. And here's a special lot of talent in Bastien Cadio. He is quite a special talent. He's very, very rangy as well. He's got a lovely fluid action down the runway and through the air. It's lifetime best of 770. Can he sort of challenge that today? He's in good form. Comes into this with a 765 under his belt already this year. So here he goes then. Powerful man, as we said. Very, very fast. Oh, that's good. That's pretty good. He'll be happy with that. Let's see where it comes in at Bertrand. 7:37 it looks like from Bastien Cadio. So that will go into the lead. Very, very nice jumping. And just gets his competition off well, doesn't it? With a positive start. Yes, it's nothing. It's no miracle, but it's a nice, steady jump, that is. And that's all you need, really, to get things going. So you can see that wind always constantly changing, chopping and changing, plus 0.1 there, which is virtually nothing. So it's beautiful conditions. Sun is coming out now as well. It's warming up a little bit throughout the afternoon. It is getting a bit hot down there for these athletes. Here goes Alaiston. He's another one who could do with just turning a bit of a corner at this competition today. He's going to hopefully go to his French national championships in 3 weeks' time, and he needs to sort of be around about his personal best territory. He needs to do anything there. Oh, not too bad. It looks like it's just shy of 7 meters. Again, just good to get a jump on the board. So there you go then. Look at that. Red, white and blue. blue, white and red, shall I say, and that's what you get here at the meeting. Montgeron, fantastic planes flying overhead, and in this long jump competition, meet record by the way, Sidiri back in 2005, Salim Sidiri 794, and Wayne Pinnock leads the way this year, 8 meters 40, but think about that world record in the long jump, 895, and no one come close. It was just something very, very special that Mike Powell jumped that day. He was just one of his kind. You know, there's not very many. For me, he's not spoken about enough in the history of athletics and the legends of this sport. You know, we talk about the likes of Usain Bolt, but what he did in 91 to soar clear and jump 895, and he just seemed to be in the air forever, didn't it? The world almost stopped as he got to the end of that pit, and yeah, he is someone that we should be learning from and we should be educating from. And he too has shared his opinions on the new long jump ruling, triple jump ruling as well, how they're going to move it to a zone instead of a board, and I guess the difficulties that's going to take. But I think the overriding difficulty with the jumps is World Athletics want to speed up the time that we as fans get their results, and that's the biggest thing. But 7:26 talking the results for Laperi, Maxime Laperi, 7:26, so decent first round jump for him as well, and still leading the way then, probably quite surprisingly, is Bastien Cadio with 7:37 from his first round, and Jean-Pierre Bertrand in second, 7:26, and Lapierre will join second with 7:26 as well. So, and Gerson Balde, the Portuguese man, the heavy favourite for this one, is fouled out on his first round. Well, here we go in the this is the para women's 100-meter final, and we've got Mandy Francois Elie here. So just the visually impaired, Kariga, I believe, Delia Bugalami. Delia Bugalem. And Tiffany Loget. Completely blind as well, hence why she's got the guide. They do a phenomenal job, these guides. They really do. They run at the same tempo. They're not a hindrance to the athletes. They have to be very, very in tune. They're just an extension of the athlete out there. And so looking very, very seriously as well. And Chloe Corbin then, para-athlete on the outside, gives us good little wave. It's great to see these para-athletes because it's a big year for track and field, but obviously that also stems to the Paralympics that we're going to see, and they sort of tend to come a week or two after the Olympics themselves. So para-athletes fighting for positions to represent their country, and boy, would these athletes love to do just that on home soil. And it's not often, you know, it's once in a lifetime the Olympics comes to town when you're from a country like France. Think about, there's very few countries who have held the Olympics twice, and very few cities, in fact, who have held it twice as well. So, yeah, it's a rare occasion when you get 2 Olympic Games. In a lifetime. So away they go then. And look on the inside then. Nice start from her, Elie Francois. But oh my goodness me. Bougalem looking very, very good. Delga Bougalem smooth all the way. She takes it. No questions. 13-10 now. We will just have to sort of divvy up the categories, split them up, because there will be some slightly different categories. We know that para-athletics is split up into categories to the severity of your disability. So, but oh wow, what a fantastic run from Bougalem. She seems rather happy with herself there. And so she should be. Very, very smooth. Wasn't particularly the best start, was it? Gradually got out the blocks there. But hey, once she was into her running, there was just no holding her back. And she just looked so smooth. And actually, a very close battle. An interesting matchup there between all of those athletes. And was it 13-1 on the finishing clock? Just waiting for the results my end as well. But it was definitely no doubt about the winner. It was Bougalem there. 13:09. It's been officially made to 13:25 for Leggett Lodz and Corbin and Francois Ellie as well to conclude the 100-meter para women's race in 13:62. So very, very close indeed. All right, then back to this men's long jump competition. Here's the man of the moment. Gerson Bowdy, the Portuguese. Hey, that's more like it from him. Very, very smooth and jumps out the pit. He's chuffed, and I'll tell you what, his progression over the last year or two has just been fantastic. I mean, he jumped 8:02 in Lisbon in April, and now he's up at 8:14. I mean, that was indoors, of course, but he's in good form. But like I said, he's a 10-800 meter runner, this man. And not only that, he can do a 2:22 high jump. He just doesn't really know what event's his at this stage. And it's a meet record. Officially a meet record from Balde, 8 meters. And I was going to say we would love to see an 8-meter jump here today. And he's done just that. 8 meters on the nose. He did have some help, though. A +2 following wind. So 2 meter per second wind to help him out there. But yeah, great meet record of 8 meters. Slashes. Salim Sadiri is 7.94 down. And look, hey, can he push on from here? He's definitely put the pressure on the likes of Ian Bertrand as well. Pierre Bertrand. But yeah, like I said, he just is a bit of a jack of all trades, this man. And often you find these kind of once in a decade sort of talents where they can just seem to do it all. And yeah, Balde is just no different. He jumped 2:16 in the high jump this year. He's got a lifetime best in the high jump of 2:22. He's happy to go and explore and experiment with other events. He's a very, very fast 100-meter runner, and actually they just all seem to complement his long jump. And I think we are starting to see him focus on that long jump to prioritize it, because so he should, to be honest with you, the way he's performing out there. Again, he'll look at that 8:27 and see, can I nail that? So then the women's 100 meters heats on the line, and like small fields, and I think the meet directors would have been torn here. They would have always kept in the heats just because it's another opportunity for these ladies to race early season, and I think that's crucial just to get a few. Also, it replicates what they're probably going to experience at their national championships. You got heats and semi-finals on the same day, or semi-finals and final on the same day. It depends what the program entails, but usually those national championships wrapped up over the course of a sort of 48-hour period, a 2-day period on a long weekend, and I think it'll be no different this year at those Olympic trials. So on the inside then, Amelie Anthony, 11.90, her lifetime best. Chloe Gallet goes in 3, 11.41, 11.23 then Mallory Leconte, 11.68 season's best. Well, from one Portuguese athlete to another, we saw Bowdy in the long jump. What about this lady, Bazalu, then? Very, very talented. And Niola for France as well goes in this one, 11.15. She is someone to watch, to be honest. 33 years of age, but stick to those French championships last year. Season best of 11.61. Her lifetime best coming back in 2018, but it's the two. For me, it's Orfi Niola and Bazzalo, and his name's 5 and 6 to just keep an eye on the outside. but also Malloy LeConte.
On your
Can't
marks.
count her out. And another meet record that could be under threat today is this one. 11:16, Karina Horn from 2019. I think that could be seriously under threat.
Set.
Oh, dear. Malloy LeConte then. That was obvious, but hey, I thought it was obvious that Ndama Foss started in the hurdles and she got a second run out, so I just don't know what the ruling is here, but that is 100% a disqualification, and oh yeah. You can see the reaction time there, under 0.1 of a second. Anything below that is just deemed inhuman, and it would not be a reaction to the gun, it would be an anticipation, hence why it is a disqualification. And well, there you go then, some of the images earlier flying overhead just for the fans and the athletes down here. I'm sure they're doing a quick trip of Paris. We are awfully close to Paris as well, in one of the neighbouring towns. This fantastic meet here. So then, we know who it was. It was LeConte, but is she going to get disqualified? Are we going to see her line up? And she's still on there. So they must just not be abiding by, because it's the heat. Maybe the rules are slightly different or something. We know athletes can run under protest as well, and so we might be seeing that. But Gerson Balde then back in round 3. Ooh, that's very good. I think that is a replay of his 8-meter jump. Actually, look near identical, and I don't trust. And here you go. Then there you go, false start. And well, it takes a while, doesn't it, to get them? They have to be sure about these things to get them off the line. But and again, you've got all the rules where athletes can run under protest as well if they want, and I wonder if we're going to see LeConte do that here, or is she just going to be disqualified? And that leaves just 4 women in this, and well, put in context, his first 2 and 4 fastest qualifiers, so the whole race could go through as long as they execute properly. Takes the pressure off a little bit as well, with one less athlete to finish in that top 2. And there you go, lovely images here. You can see the crowd packed into that stadium. Both parts of it actually. And then also all around this bend, filing round. Trackside, very good meeting here in Montgeron. One of the best known meetings in the world. The women's discus throw is about to get underway as well. And how about this in Denaya Caballero, the Cuban, the world champion of 2015. What an upset that was when she took down Perkovic. Surprised her. Well, there's Monchu club there. Voto Makoka here as well. 54.39, her season's best. And well, watch out for Kat. She knows a thing or two. Full of experience. This one been to many major championships in the discus throw as well. So what will she be able to do here? Zapowska. 62.36, her lifetime best, and there she is, the Caballero, the Cuban. 70.65, that lifetime best. I mean, that is just special. Very, very special indeed. And it was enough to win her that world championship title in 2015. And Tuba there. And Caballero perhaps just aging a little bit, struggling to find that form when she was really at her peak. But let's see, it would be great to see her in Paris. She consistently gets makes it to these major championships. 64.50, by the way, is the qualifying standard for Paris for a lot of these women, and you can see they're awfully close, including Caballero and Carr, 63.67, and Robert Michon. Bailey there, so we've got a very, very strong field indeed. And yes, Robert Michon, 63.26, and a personal best of inside that Olympic standard. What could she do here today? So Robert Michon sets herself to get into the circle. All right then. So again, we're seeing it. We saw it in the hurdle heats, and we're seeing it in this 100. Surprisingly, I can't explain it. You might have a better go at it at home than me, but yep, we're not trackside. We're not in the officials here, but LeConte runs. I think she's running under protest here. That's my only presumption. Anthony gets a good start in 1, then in 2 as well. Chloe Gallet, but look who's coming through. Bazalu, the favourite on paper, the fastest on paper. She's going to take it. No questions asked. 11:40. So a modest round 1, but after they were kept on the line for so long as well, I bet there was a lot of tension, a lot of nerves building up for these women. So, Dorcas Bazalu takes that, 41 years of age. It's astonishing what she can do, what she can put her body through at this age. I mean, we talk about endurance runners going into their 40s, but how about 100-meter sprinters? Just stunning. So, Bazalu, very, very pleasing victory for her. Gallet in second, 47. And there you are, the Neola, 11:82. And Anthony 12 at 10. So 11:82. I think 11:62. Keep an eye on those marks, because they could well be fastest losers going into the final. Baude. Oh, it looks like a foul to me. Sears clear of 8 meters. Sears clear, doesn't he? Look, he's just hands in head. You just know. Yeah, you can see on the board as well. They're looking at the plasticine. It looked like it to me as well. But hey, it's encouraging. I think he's got it right, and he just looks silky smooth, doesn't he? It looks effortless. This is what the best do. They make it look effortless. And once again, Baude is doing just that. So there we are. Interestingly, a little qualification next to LeConte's name. Bearing in mind that was Heat 1. That's a bit confusing, because I don't know how they can predict the fastest loser yet. So, yeah, a bit baffled up here in the commentary booth. But there we are, down to the long jump. Bertrand about to go. French champion. Yeah, pretty modest, 7:26, fouling in round 2, so round 3 is important for him. Just to move his way up the leaderboard, if anything. So here goes Bertrand, 7:26, lifetime best of 8:08. Oh, his speed on the runway was phenomenal. I think that's got to be a foul. It certainly looked like one indeed. Gets out the official's way. I think it will be. Just gives it a little shake of the head as well. It's not quite happening for Bertrand this afternoon. Not yet, at least. So here's round 2 then. I should say round 1, heat 2 of the women's 100. So it's Asher Phillip, who's sandwiched in between the 4 French women, 2 either side of her. And Asher Phillip, to be honest with you, is probably the one to watch in this with 11:10 lifetime best. But Colatine, Romane Colatine, 11.81. She's going to have to go quicker than that, I think, if she's going to qualify for that final. Don't forget, two fastest across the line and then 2 fastest losers as well. So Richard Mingas. Richard Mingas, 11.41. And then she's then Asher Phillip. What a storied career she's had. She's been on that 4x1 global medaling team time and time again. British team. She's got a silver medal at the World Championships. She's got 2 bronze medals from 2016 and 2021 as well in that 4x1. Holds that national record from Tokyo. And Nazrane Bakardin on the outside. So Asher Phillip on the outside of Marie-Ange Ridaminga. And we've got Richard Mingas as well. What's there? Richard Mingas, shall I say? 11.41. So, I mean, Asher Phillip's season best of 11.30 is the fastest by a 1/10 of a second. So she's dead center, ladies and gentlemen. She is the arrowhead of this field. Well, the wind is good as well, so there's no complaints there. All eyes on dead center. Asher Phillip in the orange spikes, in the all black, just eases herself clear. She's going to come under a challenge from Richard Mingas, though, and on the outside as well. But tell you what, 11.38, she'll take that. More or less similar to that last heat as well. She'll probably want more, but yes, time to wait, to regroup, to recover, and then go again. Her season's just getting started. She's going to be fighting for a place, I take it, on that 4x1 quartet in Paris, back here pretty much in about 12 weeks time. So yeah, Rimlinger there, 11.43, Richard Mingas 11.47. So there you can see that those in the fastest loser spots. But one thing she does time and time again, Asher Phillip, is she can start. The speed that Phillip gets out the blocks is just phenomenal. It always has been. She was very, very talented over the 60 indoors as well in her prime. Always challenging for global medals there and European medals. So there you are. That summarizes up the heat. And well, there you go. The whole heat qualifies. So they didn't have to do too much, did they? But it weren't asked so much. I think we've lost one woman moving into that final. So Caballero goes into the discus circle. May I remind you, the world champion from 2015. She got silver in 2019 as well. It was a surprise when she beat Perkovic in 15. Perkovic snatched that back from her, all right, though. And she was not going to stay at the top for long. And then bronze medal in the 2016 Olympics as well. But 34 years old now. She does come from a little bit of an athletics family, you could say. I think her uncle coaches triple jump. Her mother was a long jumper as well. She's a discus thrower. Very, very interesting story. Let's wait on screen to see what this comes in at. 63.92, meet record round 1 from Caballero. Well, that is just fantastic. Soars to the top of the pile. And hey, now she can set her sights on that Olympic qualifying standard as well. And she's going to make everyone else work a little bit harder today. She's going to bring the best out of them, I hope. That's what it's really about. Can she drive up the rest of this field? Can they respond to that? And Tuba. It's not bad at all. It looks just shy of 60 meters. So it looks like it could be sort of like 57, 58-ish.
Pour son troisième essai, au son longueur, il est deuxième avec 7 mètres 49 avec la tribune. Le
That meet record, stealing it just by 3 centimeters from Sedova, Natalia Sedova, in 2005. So, well, almost 20 years old now, and it's fascinating in track and field because we are in an era where records are just getting wiped left, right, and center, aren't they? But there's still a few out there which are very, very old and very difficult to beat. And Caballero's beating this one here today. So here you are in the men's round 1, heat 1. Charles Renard, one to watch. Saar as well, very talented. A lot of running indoors this year, so he comes in really quite promising form, I must say. And these men have got 3 heats. That is if everyone has arrived here today and checked in, of course. And there you are, Adama Jame as well. Well, there he is then, Saar. He's quite a cool, calm customer. You don't get too much out of him, but boy, can he run and do it when it matters as well. That qualifying time for Paris, by the way, 10.00. And I'm sure a few of these Frenchmen will be just trying to make it onto that, potentially that 4x1 team, or even for the Europeans as well, depending on what team they send. Well, Harold Akiyao in 5 is a very, very talented man. 27 years of age now. He's a 200-meter indoor French champion, and he's just Harold can do is he's just very, very consistent, and he can run into 10.2s, 10.3s for fun. And I think anytime someone could do that, you know that they're going to be a little bit of a threat. Because yes, when that race is really quick and we go see a sort of 10-second clocking or something like that, he might not be there. He might not quite have the leg turnover and the raw speed to get there. However, when it is a 10.2, 10.3, his body is so dialed in. It churns that out time and time again. And so I would not be surprised if he challenges for the victory in the overall competition here. He's a man I sort of picked out before. So way to go, clean start, unlike in that women's heat 1. So I was just mentioning him in 5, Harold Akiyu. He's not having a good day at the office. It's Saar at the moment who's going to take it. Oh, and he comes through in the red. Saar, 10.25. I think commentators curse. Akiyao just put the pressure on him. And, well, he struggled there in 5, didn't he? But, and it wasn't even all that quick from Saar. It'll be a big, big season's best for him if that counts. Aguesi, 10.30, lifetime best for him as well. So a little bit of drama in this men's 100 in the heats already. Jama down in 3rd. So where was Akiyao? Where did he finish? I believe it should have been probably 4th, but I think that might be him there on the floor, head in hands. And in contrast to the women's, because there is 3 heats, it's 2 fastest and 2, top fastest losers. Robert Michon, just shy of the, wow. Looks just shy of the 60-meter mark, that one.
On va attendre la mesure du premier jet de Mélina Robert Michon. 58 mètres 01, elle est pour l'instant 4e.
Robert Michon, one of France's best talents in the discus. Very, very accomplished as well. It's one of the veterans of age now. And very well to still perform time and time again. 2nd at those Olympic Games in Rio. And we talk about Caballero, who was 3rd there. Sean 2nd. World Championship 2nd in Moscow in 2013. So really was kind of in her prime, those early 2010s, but still producing high-class throwing. And I think in Munich at the European Championships got 8th there. So there's a quick summary of that men's race. And as I said, the pre-race favourite down there in fourth, Harold Akiyal. And look, something's up. Just on the track here, isn't he? And he's just yeah, not sure quite what was wrong with him, but he just wasn't at his best today at all. And well, he's gonna have to wait and see. And I wonder, even if he does make it into that final, whether he would actually contest it. I'm not sure he would. Not when you're limping like that and you've got such a big season ahead of you.
Yoran Kabengele-Kavala aux couleurs 3, Anton Franconville, Sésame, Valdoise, Alpi, Sogolayi, Bacolé. Couleur 4, US Grigny.
Sergeant Sengan Joby being introduced to the crowd, and here's a man that you're going to want to keep an eye on, ladies and gentlemen. O'Shane Bailey, the Jamaican, 10.03, his lifetime best. He was a member of that 2013 4x1 World Championship winning team, on a team with the likes of Johan Blake, Usain Bolt, all those guys. And in fact, wasn't that the famous photo of Bolt and the lightning never strikes twice, and the lightning in the background in 2013 in Russia, Moscow? Oh, it was fantastic. But Bailey's got a season's best of 10.22. And I'll be careful to call him the favourite after we saw Harold Mackie. Yeah, I'll just struggle to live up to the hype. I think, to be fair to him, he was carrying a little bit of a knock, a little bit of a niggle, an injury there as well. And so it's only fair that we give him a little bit of credit and we wish him all the best in his recovery. But over to these men then. Heat 2, top 2 across the line, followed by the 2 fastest losers. That will get them in the final later on this afternoon to conclude the day here. The real speedsters. Who will be amongst it? Not one man sub 10 seconds in this field. The Olympic standard, 10 seconds flat.
Set.
Oh, that was close. That was very close for me. But it's funny. We've seen the false starts, and obviously they're right to call them back, but we actually haven't seen any foul play involved. We haven't seen any implications, disqualifications, shall I say. And look at that in reaction times. Everyone is just, again, what's the problem here? Everyone is absolutely fine. I mean, we saw Dharma in or the contest, should I say, in the women's 100, and she just seemed to just get back out there and line up, and there was just no problems at all. We saw the same in the hurdles. So yeah, the false start rule, we are very, very confused. If you're watching at home, you're probably a little bit confused as well. But these men now, there'll be a lot of waiting around, a lot of time to kill, and so no false start. It's a brand new start. Green cards come out. Well, that's good. Everyone's in it. Good news. Yeah, track judge and official lets them know there. So I think the official just explaining what actually happened. Sometimes it could be an issue with the starting blocks or the gun or the timing system, whatever. If that doesn't quite fire and it leaves these athletes with no time at all, it'll obviously make it very, very difficult to have a final and decide who to put in there when it comes down to time and fastest loser spots. So often it could be a technical fault. Yeah, and it's usually the way, to be fair, if it's a green card, it is a technical fault. So don't forget, we got Sikobo in this one as well. Dylan Sikobo, Tubalai, and Paul Lader. Sengan Joby as well, also in for 10.39 in his lifetime best. The wind is absolutely nothing, 0-0 on my reading here. No meters per second. That would suggest otherwise, but trackside 0-0. So where they go then? Second time's a charm. Keep an eye on 5 then. And so Shane Bailey, the stocky man in the centre. This is very, very even. Look at this on the inside then. Cabangeli. Oh, I think Bailey just comes through and takes it. 10:26, but we got to give it to him there on the inside. Cabangeli. Well, what a run that was. And I think the way he's turning around out there, did he take it or is he just chuffed to contest and compete alongside a world champion in the 4x1 for Jamaica as well? He looks confused. He's having fun out there and he's showing us a little bit of character. We don't mind that. Good stuff, and the crowd will love that as well to really interact. So it was Kim Collins-esque in 2003 coming through to take the win in lane 1. Awfully close, actually. Oh, thousandth of a second. Cabangeli gets second for that, but he's been rewarded with a lifetime best of 10:26. O'Shane Bailey with the win, 10:26. I thought he may have just edged it, to be fair, but lots of lifetime bests in that one. Sabalai as well, 10:41. Paul Lader, 10:44. Dylan Sakobo, season's best in 10:49. So, well, that was the race to be a part of. Never mind that false start. Look at all those PBs, season's best. That will do nicely. So close. Don't forget, when you're looking at these photo finishes, it is all about that shoulder. Whoever's shoulder is first across the line, that is where the win comes from. So then Moni, wow, a discus right stuck in the ground there, right on that 50 meter mark in that women's discus competition currently taking place. I mean, Caballero leads the way with that meet record, and someone she'll know very well is Robert Michon. Elena, who also is a global medalist, beat her to a silver medal in Rio in 2016. So, yeah, great to have them both here. Both probably, you could say, towards the end of their career. I mean, Robert Michon is 44 years of age. Caballero, 34 years of age. So, well, you look at that, she's got another 10 years of competition ahead of her. And Lillian Carr as well, someone who's 37 years of age. So some serious experience in this women's discus competition. And actually, it is an event that you can do for quite a long period of time. And you do mature into it. The older you get, more often than not, the better you get. Your peak is around about that early 30 mark. To be brutally honest with you, height, 28, 29 to sort of 30, 31, around that threshold. Nagando as well, also doing a good job in third place. She's throwing 58.21. All right, then third and final heat of this men's 100. Kobe Hilton, the man in 5. Another one to watch out for. He too is sandwiched in between a couple of Frenchmen, and he's got the man from Iran next to him, Hassan Taftian, 10.03. He's an Asian Games champion. But how about this guy, Umar Bamba, on the inside? Looks relaxed, and so you should be at this stage. Lancelot giving us some knighthood moves there. Will he run like one? Let's find out. And there he is then, the Iranian Taftian, Asian Games champion. He was third last year actually. He was a champion back in 2017. He's only got a season best at 10.32. And then there's Colby Hilton. 10.15, Colby's lifetime best. Remember, that previous heat won in about 10.26 was it? So anything inside sort of 10.30, even 10.40 will be enough to qualify you as the fastest loser, although only 2 spots up for grabs. Colby Hilton, by the way, I should add. Member of the US Air Force, studied out there in over in Colorado Springs, trained out there as well. He ran that 10.14 at the Air Force Championships in 2022. So, third and final heat of this men's 100. That wraps up all the heats of today, and then we've got finals to come only. Ooh, what is happened here? What is happening down there? Something is not right with these blocks, with their starting system, because this is the 4th time today, and that's it's not normal. It really is not. And again, what are we going to see here? Another green card? You can only imagine. There you are, deal. See, for me, that's a definite disqualification for Maxime Lancelot, but you know, he'll get a red card. We look at the reaction time there. 0.1. Ooh, okay, so should be okay. He just got a very, very good start, did he? But well, let's see. Let's see what they do. But when we've seen the red card here today, it hasn't meant much. And people have still just carried on and raced, whether it be in protest. But what will Maximum Lancelot do? He has moved off. But they've got to give him time to talk. And this, for me, is this rule just needs to be removed, because it's very, very unfair for those who are on the start line, who are waiting to race. And they have to cope with this. And I just feel like if you false start, it's black and white. You can't run. If they're the rules, they're the rules. And if they want to relax the rules then and let people false start, that's fine. But I don't know what benefit it is. And, you know, I do get it, because sprinters just travel a long way, don't they? But just take less risks on the start. You might not run as fast. That is what it is. It's you know, as viewers at home, yes, we love fast times, but for me, we love the matchups. We love the head-to-heads. And, well, Peter Tarkowski, we haven't seen him jump in this series yet. He's in the pit, 7:49, his best so far. Was that another foul for Tarkowski? I think it may well have been, actually. Let's have a look. Yeah, it looks like he's just over that board. So as good as jump as it was, it won't count. He's going to have to just adjust things a little bit, because he is struggling. He's got that one valid jump to his name at the moment. All the others are fouls. Well, Bowdy then of Portugal. Ever so relaxed, isn't he? I mean, he doesn't look like he's got a rush in the world, Kirsten Bowdy. So after that 8 meters, he fouled, and it was very, very long, wasn't it? We were excited about it. He believe he'll have something big in him. I think he could be jumping anywhere towards 820 plus. And that was a meet record. He surpassed that 794 meet record before as well. So here he goes in. Bowdy of Portugal. So relaxed. Just drifts himself down the runway. That's big again. I don't think it's going to be over 8 meters though. It's a whoa, white flag. Let's have a look then.
Gerson Baldé, athlète multicart, qui a également record à 2,23 m à la hauteur, 7,90 m à son deuxième.
790 in the fourth, so a solid jump for him, just to consolidate on the position he's in. But yeah, we think that third round jump was something special. That one, that foul, he just fouled out on, so he'll have to wait. Well, here we go then. So Lancelot, interestingly, in contrast to the women's race previously, he will not line up in this race, and he will not start. So there we go. And a few people just making sure the blocks, a few officials that you can see just stamping down those blocks, keeping them in the right position. How bizarre. How bizarre is that? And again, is this not, if we're being critical, is this not an unfair advantage for those who haven't got someone standing on the blocks who's going to be absolutely little movement at all? But hey, there we go. It's an argument for another day. It's only a heat. We'll get on with it. Very strange. Anyway, it's Dylan Rygo then on the in that lane 6 who gets a good start. But how about this thing? Kobe Hilton cruises through. Wow. Wow. 10-1-3, and that would be a lifetime best if it counts. Unfazed. False start to get things going for him today. Lancelot a few lanes down from him, but he was unfazed. He was on the start line for ages waiting. That's an equal personal best officially then. And, well, there's your fastest losers too. Top 2 for heat and 2 fastest times. We think it's going to be Jama and Aki out. But, oh, boy, look at that. Just from 40 meters onwards, you knew that race was his. He was only getting quicker. He was so relaxed as well. And, hey, we always expect big things from Americans. We know their depth in the sprinting, and the reality is he's, I'd be lucky to contest the heats of those US champs because they're just so ferocious, aren't they? They're absolutely savage. But a result like that is going to stand him in really, really good stead for his national championships in a few weeks' time now. So those men will go away, and to give you, well, let's just wrap up those results for Mont in third, 10:39. Good running from him. That will qualify him for the final, and the 100-meter final men's race is going to be off at 6:55. So what are we? Oh, just 2 hours or so away. That one. Sorry, an hour or so away. And we've got the men's 110-meter hurdles. We're looking to make up a little bit of time because we're running behind now. And then 110 hurdles due to go off at 1:45. Wow, there's Lillian Carr, the Portuguese athlete in the circle. Oh, okay. So that's 60-meter mark there. So pretty solid from her. She'll hope for more. She'll hope to clear that mark. We've already seen Cabero go clear. And like I said, 5th in the Tokyo Olympics, 6th in Oregon, 8th in Budapest, 6 times national champion. Time and time again, Carr delivers. Look at those 2 very, very consistent 62-meter throws. And she can just do it when it matters as well. She can get in that final. She can get the top 8 in the world. And the whole time you can do that, it just fuels you for that next year as well. She just hasn't quite had that breakthrough performance. If you like to get up onto the medals like Caballero down there or Robé, Michon. Zabaskinen. Here she goes, 58.11. Again, you can just see the disc just sitting up a little bit, isn't it? Just sitting up out there, and a little bit frustrating for these women. I think it's the wind conditions, to be honest. There is a slight, well, when there is a breeze, it's a following breeze on the home straight. You can just see that disc is not quite catching, sitting up. But Zapaska, well, she'll take it. She's having a good series so far anyway. She just hopes she can start to just extend on these throws, really gain a little bit of momentum. Down in 5th place with 58.11, and she fouls out even then. She says, don't bother marking that one. So the meet record of 63.89, if you're joining us, that's been slashed. Dania Caballero, the world champion from 2015, the Olympic bronze medalist from 2016, 64.32, has taken it, and here she comes now for her 3rd round throw. What a series so far. 63.92 and 64.32. Doesn't get more consistent than that. And well, that one not so good, but she won't mind at all. I think when you've thrown that, she's pretty happy, and I think she's pretty confident that, you know what, I'm not sure who's going to be able to contest with that. So these men in 100-meter hurdles getting ready, 110 hurdles, sorry, getting ready to go here.
Au lancer du disque, le troisième essai pour Amanda qui va pour l'instant en quatrième. Il s'est devenu avec 57 points.
So that women's discus throw competition halfway on the infield. So it's all going on at the moment. We've got discus throw, we've got a men's long jump competition. That's coming to its climax as well. We've seen a meet record in the long jump. We've seen a meet record in the discus. Will we get one in the 110 hurdles? We certainly hope so. We really do. We've got the talent to do so. All right, Nangundu. Ntumba Nangundu there. Throwing just over 50, 55, 54. So a nice steady throw for her. And leading the way is Caballero. Carr in second. Third, well, Robert Michon manages to just move her way up, the 44-year-old, 60 meters and 61 centimeters. So much experience. She could probably teach a few of these women in the circle a few things about the discus throw. She won't yet. Perhaps she'll wait till she retires to take up the coaching reins. That's in the long jump then. Bertrand bows out. This is Peter Tukowski. So 7:55. He jumps. He's had a steady series, as you can see. 49 and 55. Consistent to say the least for Bukowski. That's a foul. That's a foul. So he just repeats. He just look. He's in pattern. He's in sync. Foul. Foul clearance. Foul clearance. And no mark. So yeah, Tarkowski, who's an 8 meter and 3 centimeters jumper, just seems to be a little bit frustrated, if you ask me, with himself. So the men's 110 meter hurdles final. Here we go then. Boy, have we got some big hitters in this then. Van Kiao, Wenberg in one. Bunani, I mentioned him in the heats. He gave Abasayo a good run for his money. He's a phenomenal man. Gave Pozzi a run for his money. National record holder in Algeria. But hey, Abasiu, he is just a special man. His run in the heat was just fantastic. PB and season's best in the heat for Michael Abasiu. Andrew Pozzi 13:42, his season's best, lifetime best 13:14. He started at the very highest level, sent to the Tokyo Olympic Games, the world indoor champion in 2018. But look, 32 years of age now, has he still got it? Can he get on that plane to Paris? I'm sure he'd love to. Rafael Mohammed, 13:32, his lifetime best and season's best as well. He ran it in the heats. He had a fantastic run. So can these men just hold their nerve? Manga, oh, what can we say about him? 8th in Tokyo, so him and Pozzi know each other very, very well. They battled hard there. He's a 13:24 running. He was 3rd in that World Indoor Championships in 2018 in Birmingham. So similar age, similar kind of athlete to Pozzi. And on the outside, Lecure, Roman Lecure, he's just got to hang tough in here. He's got to have a smooth run to kind of live with these guys in the middle of the park. So Pozzi, Avasayu, Nani, Mohammed, Rafael Mohammed. Good into a headwind is Hamid and Manga as well. So Mohammed's in the bright pink, Manga with the headband in the sort of purpley pink, Pozzi in the orange, and Abasayu in 3. Ozzy 4. Don't count the men out either side of them either. But it was anything to go by Rafael Mohamed's performance in the heat. That was encouraging. So is Abasai's. And Basui's. The Belgian. Very, very consistent Belgian is Ebisui, but Andrew Pozzi turns it on for the final. In the heats, he got out-dipped by Rafael Mohamed and Manga as well, but he looks very, very good. Can Abasai respond? Pozzi might get his first. Oh, and he does! And he does! 13:21. Ubasui from Belgium. He responds, and I believe he took that. Rafael Mohamed. Pozzi led the whole way. Oh, 13:20. It's an equal meet record for him as well. That dates back 9 years ago in 2015. What, Garfield Darien. So I wondered if we'd get close to that. How close we would. How many men have we got inside that Olympic standard as well? This is slowly becoming one of the meets in the world to come. Turn up and race the 110-meter hurdles. Manga, an equal lifetime best, 13:24 as well. He gets a cheer. And rightly so, because he's Olympic standard, and so is Mohamed. Oh, deservedly. Wow, the pair of them, the crowd. Goodness me, they know what they're watching. They're an educated bunch here in Montgeron, France, just outside Paris, because they have witnessed a little bit of history. They haven't seen a race that fast on this soil over the 110 hurdles ever, period. So, Obasui wins. Pozzi, Manga, Mohamed, Bounani, who was one of the pre-race favourites, down in 5th. The Frenchman really turning it on today. Really turned up. And you can see them there congratulating one another. They know each other on the circuit. They train with each other as well. So it's plus 1.7. These athletes doing very well to negotiate that. A meet record, and like I said before, Olympic standard 13:27. To have 4 men inside that in one race. You think that only sort of 20 men in the world could run that time. Well, we got 4 here in Montgeron, so fair play to all of them. Pozzi there in 3, a good start. He was aggressive over those first few barriers. He just fatigued a little bit towards the end. We know he's a phenomenal 60 hurdler, former world indoor champion. And now the questions are asked of him. This is where Ubasui can just come through the Belgian and just pips him on the line, as well as being under threat. And that last 10-15 meters is just crucial. Over that last flight and across the line, and the best know how to dip, and Ubasui's done it there, I'll tell you that much. Equal meet record. He'll go down in the history book, so will the rest of the field, and that will start to send shockwaves through the sport, because 4 men have nailed that 110-meter hurdle Olympic standard. We'll see you in Paris, and Manga and Mohamed especially excited, because for them it's a home games, and that just makes it all the more special. Plus 1.7 wind, we should probably recognise that. The Cure and Nigo, also the 2 Frenchmen in that one who finished in 6th and 7th. Perhaps a little bit more work for them to do over the next few weeks. For men's long jump, Maxime Lapierre is in there, 750. He's jumped already, so he's improved on his earlier jumping of 743. Just trying to identify who's on the runway next. Is it's Yaween? Yes, Alan Yaween is next up on the runway, wearing number 66. And of course, after him, it looks like it's going to be Yasin Balde. He's already jumping well, and we're going into the 6th round now. Jumped to 796, did Balde in the 5th. So I think they'll redo the order. They'll reshuffle it now, and they'll save the best till last. So Giersen will jump last now, and it will go in order from the lowest jump to the highest. So Yaween sits in 6th place, 730. Very, very good speed. He might improve on it with a jump like that. Just a little bit flat, wasn't it? Just so fast on the runway. Really was. Gives a bit of a puff of the cheeks and a shrug of the shoulders. Well, next on the track, we've got the women's 100-meter hurdles final. That's about to take place. And in fact, we are running a little bit behind here. That was due to take place at 6 o'clock. Then we've got the men's 3,000-meter final. And that will go off at 6:10. We've got some fantastic internationals before, a few races left before we conclude the evening. So 7:30 was his best jump of the day. So then Crystal Morrison was someone who looked very, very accomplished in her heats. She looked as smooth as any boy. She didn't panic, but so did Maiki Tinalim. She came through for a sub-13 clocking, and in sub-13, in both the men's and women's events, is a little bit of a barrier. Probably much more so a barrier in the men's events, but it does really showcase kind of world-class hurdling when you can when you're into the 12s, and then you start talking about the 12.5s, and the 12.5s you really are creme de la creme. You know, it's one of the very, very best in the world if you can break that barrier on the women's side of things at least. So yeah, keep an eye out for Morrison, who's a 12.69. That is her lifetime best. Dates back from 2022, but also she's an 11.6 sprinter. She does do a few of them as well, Jamaican. Alright then, Bastien Cadio. What can he do? Foul. It's a foul, look at him, yeah. Clap to the crowd. Well done, Bastien. He's had a good solid jump here. It's great to see him in front of this home crowd. So here we go then, women's 100-meter hurdles. We've been waiting. We've got an absolutely stacked lineup. On the inside then, Guilherme. Guilherme goes on the inside, 13.16. I mentioned that 13 barrier, Aquaver as well. Judy Chalcook, well, she as well is someone we should look out for. 13.04 lifetime best, just 24 years of age. Sicked in Montgeron not too long ago. Crystal Morrison, building nicely. She will contest that Jamaican team for Paris. Make no mistake about it. And my AK, Tinalim, 12.66. When she's on form, she can beat anybody, especially a field like this. Sasha Alessandrini then. She's looked fantastic so far. She did in her heat as well. She gave Tinalim a good run for her money. Hulu, the Canadian, Tatiana, and Kamasi all the way on the outside. Kamasi. Very, very strong hurdler. She had a great indoor campaign this year. Can she back that up here? So under starters orders, tension building. Women's 100-meter hurdle final. About to begin. Guilherme, Aquaviva, Chalcu, Morrison, Tinalim, Alessandrini, Ahulu, and Kamasi. As they settle into their blocks for the final time today, we hope. We've seen a few false starts today. But patience often wins, especially over these hurdles as well. These sprint hurdles. Look at Morrison and Chalcao and Tinalim. These three are neck and neck. The cream is rising to the crop. But Morrison, the Jamaican, just flows with ease. 12.83. Well, I had a feeling had she not eased down, that meet record may have been in threat. She looks so smooth. She's getting closer and closer to that lifetime best of 12.69. Look at this thing. Straight to the close. Pick it up and get the hell out of it. She's just chuffed. But what a run. She was very, very smooth. Tina Lynn backs up her heat as well. 12.93. Alessandrini in third. So that's great for French hurdling. That really is. But Christelle Morrison, she's a bit of an emerging star. And I hope that we see her in the summer in Paris. If she can make it onto that Jamaican team. We know how special they are. We know the talent they've got. But just look at this. She just flows over them. Just gets her trail leg down so quickly as well. It's effortless. It really is. She's stable through the lane. She's not wavering at all on any landing. But she's just pitter-patter almost, isn't she? And quite a contrast to, if you look at sort of Tina Lim next to her as well, taller figure. And there's kind of, I guess, two different types of hurdlers. You can be tall and I guess have the height a little bit easier, but as a hurdler you don't want to be too tall. It's almost better you're a little bit shorter so you can glide over them. But let's hear from these two special men who dominated the 110 hurdles this afternoon.
Longueur, on va l'accompagner pour son 6e et dernier essai, le Polonais Piotr Tarkowski. Regardez, il vous demande de faire un maximum de silence. Tarkowski qu'on peut applaudir, le Polonais qui sera 3e de ce concours du saut en longueur. Le deuxième s'appellera donc Jean-Pierre Bertrand, 7,72. Et on va rester dans ce concours du saut en longueur. Il ne reste plus qu'un essai. On sait déjà que ce garçon a le concours en poche avec 8 mètres record du meeting. Et il nous a impressionné à chacun de ses sauts. Son moins d'essai est à 7,90. On va ratisser le sol, on va remettre une planche millimétrée. Et tout le public va pouvoir se tourner du côté du saut en longueur et accompagner le dernier essai du Portugais Gerson Valdez. Allez! Encore plus fort! Vous pouvez faire encore plus fort, Montgeron, pour un nouveau saut plus de 10 mètres. Et la tribune va se lever. La tribune peut se lever pour faire du bruit. Voilà, c'est ça, Montgeron. Plus de bruit. Allez, on y va. Ouais, Montgeron.
Well, there you have it, here and there from Manga, who just had a terrific race, and Manga and Mohammed, the pair of them. But that concludes as well the women's 100 hurdle final. Morrison, Tina Lim, Alessandrini, Chalco, Kamasi. Great running from all, but a season best from Morrison. It took that to take the win here today to beat Tina Lim, who looked very, very impressive in her heat. And the hurdles have been special. It's a fast track here in Montgeron, France, and the weather conditions have been perfect. And oh, that's a shame in World Bounty. So often the way, isn't it, that 6th round, and this adds to what World Athletics are trying to do at the moment, try and create a little bit of jeopardy in these final few rounds, because so often the long jump competition, the triple jump competition is won before that 6th round. And when they analysed it, very little changes in that 6th and final round, if anything at all. And so they've looked at, they're exploring all the options. And of course, one option that hasn't gone down well at all is zonal jumping, instead of focusing on keeping it to the board the traditional way. And would that make it more exciting? Would that speed up the measurements? But it is the measurement time that they really want to crack down on. How can they reduce the time it takes to measure a long jump, to measure a throw, to measure a triple jump, something like that? Because so often it's between 30 and 55 seconds in that region, and they think it just doesn't quite. It could be more exciting if they were quicker with it, which is a fair enough comment. And I think long jumpers and triple jumpers would probably agree with that. I know some are very much against the ones who have a lot to lose are against any change, right? That makes sense. But the ones who are potentially kind of in the middle of the pack, mid-road, they're open to it. And you're going to get that. You're always going to get that resistance from people. But it'll be interesting to see what happens. Well, Robert Michon in the discus throw. What can she do here? That's big. The 44-year-old. You could just tell, can't you? Soaring past the 50-meter mark. Is that the 65 or the 60? Let's have a look, because she's been so consistent around 60 meters. Her reaction would suggest it's the 60-meter mark. I'd expect her to be a lot more excited if she just soared clear of 65. I mean, that would be special. Can she get on that plane to Paris? I say plane. That small bus, hey, to Paris. For her, can she compete at the home Olympic Games? And you look at her, and there we are. Yep, 59.95 in that 6th and final round. And you look at someone like Robert Michon, and former Olympic silver medalist, and she's looked at this. 44 years of age. At 40, it would have been easy to turn around and make Tokyo your last Olympic Games, but no way she's doing that when she knows that Paris is just a few years away. It's about getting herself in shape, getting herself ready for that. And that's exactly what she's done. And fingers crossed she can get in that circle and compete in front of a home crowd, because there's nothing like it. It's very, very special. And Lillian Carr, well, she'll also have a short trip, and that's a decent throw. That's another throw over 60 meters, it looks, and nearing 65. All right, then, well, these 3,000-meter runners over on the far side, they've been waiting patiently. We've had a few setbacks, haven't we, with a few false starts, slowing the program down a little bit here in Montgeron. But we've got a talented domestic field. We really have. I think it will string out. I hope the pacemakers are on form today, because the likes of Julian Ronk and Bastien Augusto, these boys are going to move. They're going to want something quick, and especially when you're thinking about Bastien Augusto. If he is here, if he is on the start line, we'll find out. I believe he's lined up alongside Julian Ronk. But yeah, you look at a few of these personal bests. Don't pay too much attention to these personal bests. It's not a commonly run distance, the 3,000, and that's highlighted by Julian Ronk's personal best, 8:27. I mean, the guy's a 3:33, 1,500 run. He went to the World Championships over 1,500 last year, so we know he can do a lot better than that. That's probably his tempo rhythm. The man from Kazakhstan, 8:12 as well. Look out for him. Adan Mohamed. Well, and the two Algerians, we don't quite know what we're going to get, to be honest with you. I can tell you. Amis Abdelkadir is at 8:59, steeplechaser. Kanani, 3:39, 1,500 man. Well, away they go then. 7.5 laps of the track. It's fast, it's ferocious for these men. And let's see what they can do. And interestingly, Julian Ronk just slots himself into second place. I can only presume that is the pacemaker up front for now. And I think this race might be set up. I haven't got any inside information, but I think this race might be set up for Bastien Augusto. He's moving very, very well. He ran 7:42 in Metz indoors, 13:22 on Wednesday. Now, that was an interesting race in Stockholm. He was fourth in the top three. I mean, Ismail Mohammed ran a fantastic race for 12:56. Isaac Kameli, the Belgian, 12:56 as well. And Andreas Almgren, who ran 12:59, breaking 13 for the first time. So some big times run then, and Augusto was just left kind of on his own in that race. A horrible place to be when you've got 12.5 laps ahead of you. So actually, all things considered, that 13:22 is worth probably a lot more. We know the European standard 13:20. He'll be looking to target that. He's already got that, to be honest, this season, 13:16. But a few more consistent performances around that level would stand him in good stead, because for him, it is about world ranking points. It is about trying to get as far up as you can on those world rankings, because France right now are just spoiled, absolutely spoiled for athletes in these distance races. And so, yeah, he's going to have to improve on a few of his times over the 5,000, over the 3,000. And the exciting thing with the 3,000 is it counts. It counts towards your points. Over the 5K, it's 3 performances. They take your average. So let's have a look at that lap split then. What are they lapping? Well, they're just about 60. Well, they're well inside. She look to be well inside 68 clocking, don't they? That's always encouraging to see. So these men, so it is Bastien Augusto. He's in the ASIC singlet, and you can see Julian Runk just checking his shoulder. 3:33, 1500 meter man. This pace is stepping aside, and I thought this would happen here. 2:37 through 1 kilometer 63s. That's lovely pacing, and this is just smooth, and we're building for something nice over that last kilometer, you hope. And I always think, you know, it's all good having paces, but if they go out hard and they kind of put you in a position where you're just completely suffering on your own in that last kilometer, that's not where you want to be. You almost want a pacemaker to take you out at a steady rhythm, so then you can do the bit where you kick on, because if you're on that red line with a kilometer or so to go, it's going to be so hard to make up that time. Because if you've got a bit in the tank, if it's felt a little bit easier, you can do so. So, Julian Rank, you're watching 2 world-class distance runners here. He had a okay time in Budapest, did Rank. Knocked out in the heats there. It's fair to say that it was a big step up for him, though. Season's best already this season of 3:38, so he's operating well. And Augusto is someone who also has done a 1500 this season, 3:40. That was the day after his 13:16 at the Brian Clay. So he's racing a lot. He's getting them in. And like I said, he's someone who needing to prove himself to those selectors for the European Championships in Rome in a few weeks' time. He's probably looked at that Olympic time and just said, that might be just a little bit beyond me this year in 2024. But he'll do all he can to make it to Paris. And the problem is, having a home Olympics, it's amazing, but if boy oh boy does it drive up the stature of just track and field in your nation. We saw that off the back of 2012. I mean, look at the state British athletics is in now. You know, absolute heaps of talent coming through in all disciplines as well, from 100 all the way up to 10,000, and it's the same in France. I mean, the marathon rankings, you know, to have 5 men inside that Olympic standard in France is just astounding. It's one of the best European nations now. And they've had some great talents over the years. You think about Makisi Benabat and people like that. Mehdi Bala, what he used to do over the middle distance. So another, here we go then. So Julian Runk is just starting to squeeze it. That's a 61-second lap. We'll keep an eye on this 2 kilometer split. Look, anything inside around about that 5:10 tempo would be, he'd be on for a sub 750 clocking, which is PB territory. 742 in Metz. We know indoors that track's fast though. It's very difficult. And in the discus circle at the same time, we got Robert Misson, the 44-year-old, looking to go to her 3rd Olympic Games. And Julian Runk steps aside, then he gets him to 2K in 5:11.92, and that's doable. And then do you know what? They've done it the right way. A 2:37 followed by a 2:34. So he's just starting to squeeze it, and if he can cut this down to a 2:30, well, that would be something. But perhaps a little bit of a tall order for him on his own now, but he's just got 2 laps of the track to grind. No one's with him. I thought this would be the case. You look at the the lineup beforehand. It's a solo effort, and this is a game plan that he's had coming in, Augusto. And when you do go for these record attempts and these personal best attempts, sometimes, look, it's great to have people around you, but we've seen the best when they attack a world record. They do it solo. They do it off the front as well. They don't want to worry. They want to be able to take risks. They don't want to worry about people coming with them. And sometimes when you've got a really deep field, you don't want to be that guy who's dragging everyone to a PB but yourself and get overtaken on the last lap. So Bastian Augusto right where he needs to be. 600 meters remaining in. That was a 64, so things are just slipping away from him. Often is the case. Athletes will gather themselves over this penultimate lap. They'll just regroup, recover, and then they'll go again. But this crowd will lift him on the penultimate time down this home straight. And Julian Ronk is, you can see his teammate cheering him on as well. Kindly pacing him out. He's got a good workout out of that, to be honest with you. 5:11 for a 1500 meter man is not to be sniffed at through 2 kilometers. So that's a nice kind of steady workout for him. So 6:50 lap to go. 65:47. That's the slowest lap of the race. So Bastian Augusto started to struggle, perhaps feeling that 5,000 meter race on Wednesday night in his legs. That 13:22 out in Stockholm. He's already got a few of those under him this season. He's racing a lot. He must be tired at this stage. He was also out in China for the Diamond League there, 13:19, so 3 5Ks. This man is chasing that Paris qualification. He's doing all he can. It's make or break at this time in this season for him. It's make or break at this time in the race as well. 7:22, so he just looked, for me, he looks to just be getting this one in. I mean, he's a professional at his absolute best. But he doesn't look to be really squeezing hard, and he looks like he's just going to save his efforts for another day. And this, for me, is going to be another 64 lap on the last lap, which is modest for a guy of his caliber. That's 5,000 meter tempo for a guy of his caliber. But the 3,000 is a funny old event. We don't get to train much at that speed. But boy, there's no doubt about the winner. 65:55, Bastian Augusto. Good run for him. 2:43 last kilometer. You can just see it just fell apart, didn't it, a little bit. 7:55. It's he'll take that. He'll take the win. But I think he needs to go away and freshen up now before he tries to, well, one, prepare himself for those national championships, French national championships in 6 weeks, because it's all well and good chasing times and chasing qualifying standard. But if you're too tired to perform at those national championships, what can you do about it, hey? Impressive run. Let's have a little look further down the field as well. Fornival comes through. The 2 Algerians, Abdelkadir and Kenani as well. Kenani, perhaps you would have hoped for a little bit more from him. A 3:39, 1500 meter man. 13:54 over 5,000. Yeah, you certainly would expect a little bit more, but a strong run nonetheless. And again, a tough one out there solo. 7:55. It's the season's best for Augusto outdoors anyway. Fornival in second, 8:04. It's a lifetime best. 8:09 for Abdelkadir as well. Like I said, a funny old distance to 3,000. And the women's discus throw finishes up as well. Caballero wins that in a meet record, 64:32, 62:67 Carr. And Roba Misson can't improve on her result and finishes in third as well. So the meeting rattling around here. We've got 3 more events to go. 400 meter para race is up next, followed by the women's 100 final and the men's 100 final as well. That will conclude the evening here. And so just half an hour left of action. Well, Bastian Augusto seems reasonably happy with his efforts, eh? Well, it's 400 power race up next. Timothy Adolphe goes, Kevin Witase and Paul Barbant as well. Kevin Duatase, Adolphe and Paul Barbant. They go next. Lanes 3, 5, and 6. They will go off in before those 100-meter races conclude the action here in Montgeron, France. And I hope you've enjoyed it. We certainly have. We got a few to go, but we've saw, boy, the hurdles really kind of kick things on this evening as well. Into the early part of the evening on this Sunday afternoon, and it's just a crazy time in the sport over the next few weeks. We know we've got the European Championships, but prior to that, there must be a meeting almost every night over the next week. And you think next weekend you got the pick of a bunch. There's 4, 5, 6 meetings taking place all across Europe as well. These World Athletics permit meetings, and so you really can enjoy your athletics, and you got to follow it hard though, because you're going to see people cropping up with times from everywhere. And then of course we've got the Diamond League action, the pre-classic Diamond League this evening as well, with the over in Rabat. So so much going on in this sport, and this is really where, you know, this is what athletes, they train all winter for, to be able to just come out now, toe the track and just get after it. And they really do. They've just got to throw the kitchen sink at it, especially athletes here like in this meeting in Montgeron in France, just because, you know, they are fighting for European Championships places, they're fighting for Olympic places, and they're fighting for national titles as well. They don't have the luxury of selecting such a small calendar like some of the professionals out there. Well, there we go with it. There's the lineup. Timothy Adolphe, Kevin Duatase, and Paul Barbant. How about it? What can these men do here? This is the Para 400. They all have slightly different disabilities as well, so they're not grouped into the same category, I should add. And Duatase looking very, very calm at this stage, isn't it? What can these men do over 400? And then the visually impaired Timothy Adolphe. They're building towards a very exciting season. They really are. When you think about it, they've got that Paralympic Games about to take place, and they could be a start. By the time this track season is done and dusted in 2024, one of these gentlemen could be a bit of a national hero. We've seen it time and time again. So announce themselves on the world stage. It's the time to do it for these Paralympians.
On your marks.
Okay, then Timothy Adolphe, you can see just correcting himself into his blocks. So is Paul Barbant on the outside as well. Duatase in 5. All important. We've also seen a few false starts this afternoon. We don't want to see too many more of them. Great, and look at this thing. Kevin Duatase straight up on Paul Barbant on the outside of him, and he looks smooth, but coming through on the inside. And I would say leading the way, if you look at this stagger, is Timothy Adolphe with the guide. He looks effortlessly around this bend, doesn't he? It's going to be awfully tight. And how about this? 3 men from different categories as well in this Para 400, but they're all ever so close, and they've probably been seeded on times, that's why. But well, Timothy Adolphe on the inside. Can he take it, or will Watase hold him off? Watase doing a terrific job. He's measured this perfectly, in fact, and he's going to dip on the line. He's going to take Timothy Adolphe. Well done to him. What a run from all those gentlemen out there. And a season's best of 50.87 for Watase. Adolphe with the season's best as well, 50.95. So he's got to be pleased with that. And hey, how about that, Barbant as well? Take a season's best home with you two. Thank you very much. All three of those gentlemen giving it their all and coming away with the goods. That's what the sport's all about, and looking good heading into what will be a busy summer for them as well. And the guides, I must say, they do a terrific job at being in sync. They're in sync in their stride form as well. I think a lot of it, they spend time running together, being fluent. They're in sync with their stride, but also their effort level. It's very difficult. The athlete's starting to fade. You kind of have to fade with them. You certainly can't be not as fit as them. That would be awful. The athlete's having to pull you round. But yep, the photo finish pretty close. Just over 100th of a second or 10th of a second in it. And Paul Barbant 51.62 for his performance as well. So then just two events left, the women's 100-meter final and the men's 100-meter final here in Montgeron. We're just outside Paris, and if you are just joining us, welcome. And of course you can go back and rewatch those heats, how these athletes made their way to the final. And we had some upsets, believe me. We had some false starts as well. But the big players, the big hitters, they're all here. Asher Phillip, Bazalu, Gallet, Rimlinger, what can they produce? 11.10, some lifetime best performances for both Bazalu and Asher Phillip. Season's best of 11.30. And it took not far off that to qualify, to be honest with you. Auto qualify anyway, shall I say. That's a meet record from 2019, 11.16.
Avec un tourné laser et un tonnerre d'applaudissements, le club est associé avec un établissement spécialisé Gatineau, c'est Aaron, s'il vous plaît. Et je vous demandais de bien vouloir applaudir. Tirage au sort. Alors, tirage au sort, c'est pour. D'accord, ok, c'est parti.
Ah là, ça risque pas.
Pascal, c'est toi qui vas donner le nom. Alors, ce sera Alexis Frotté. Alexis Frotté. Un deuxième.
Les deux bâches sont ici. Moi, je vais commencer à ranger le tour qui part là-bas.
Le deuxième, ce sera Ali. Tu vois, c'est pas facile. Hein. Ouais, Ferrandi. Alors, Annick Ferrandi, c'est très bien écrit. Voilà.
Well, we have got a slight pause in the program, if you like, while those women in the 100-meter finals set themselves, and we're enjoying the Thanksgiving to all the volunteers here at meeting Montgeron in France. So we're just soaking that up down trackside, and they're just getting the fan engaged and slowly introducing these women in the 100-meter final as well. Really connecting, and for me this doesn't happen often enough at meets, connecting fans with athletes, telling their story, sharing their story, because that is why we follow the sport. That is why we follow certain athletes more than others, is we can relate to their story. And it's very difficult being an individual sport. You do need to be the it's a double-edged sword, isn't it? Because to be the very best athlete in the world, you need to live a little bit of a, I guess, exclusive life, sort of out of the limelight. But at the same time, the sport shoots itself in the foot, because we want those athletes out there. We want to be able to interact with them. We want to be able to understand who they are, what makes them tick, who the villains are in the sport potentially, and also who the very best are, who our heroes and are as well. So in about 5 minutes time, that women's 100-meter final will get underway.
Cérémonie consulaire du 100 mètres de la Montgeron. Les récompenses seront prises par M. Christian Corbin, maire adjoint de la ville de Montgeron, et Mme Christine Bernier, membre du bureau fédéral. Elle a remporté le 100 mètres ce soir en 12 secondes et 83 centièmes. Christine Morissette, Jamaïque. Il remporte le 110 mètres avec le nouveau record de Belgique à la clé. Les minima pour les Jeux Olympiques, 13 secondes et 20 centièmes ce soir. Un tonnerre d'applaudissements pour Michael Amazouzi. Il a remporté le concours Christian mondial avec un nouveau record du meeting en réalisant 8 mètres courants le portugais Gerson Malte.
I think we are moments away from this women's 100-meter final, and I can hear them being introduced over on the far side. Welcome if you're joining us, if you've just joined us for these two speed races, the 100-meter dash. Many will call it the blue ribbon event of the sport, won't they? One of the most popular, and we talk about, you know, Netflix coming out with that Drive to Survive style documentary, Sprint, I believe it's going to be called, which is due to have a second season as well next year. So we can look forward to that and see how it develops and what impact it has on our sport as well. But enjoy some of the closing shots here before these last two races. That's the bell. There'll be no need for that. Only to ring out for the winner and let everybody know who crosses the tape first in this women's 100. A little background on a few of these athletes. There's Rane Bacart on the inside, French athlete Orphée Neola. Well, she ran smartly in the heats, didn't she? She managed to qualify all right, but yeah, perhaps not quite at her best. I think that's probably fair to say. And also rim line gap, we got Asher Phillip, multiple-time global medalist in the 4x1, both in Rio and Tokyo. Bronze medals for her, and that British quartet. They're home by the likes of them. We've got Darryl Nita, Dina Asher Smith as well. And here we go then. Let's take a look back at that hurdle race, because that was just something, wasn't it? Pozzi leading the way all the way to the end of a former world indoor champion from 2019. Oh, and it was just that barrier that he clipped that cost him. As soon as he did that, Ubasai to his right, or to his left, or right, just on top of him and just dipped, just like he did in the heats as well. Really producing his very best on the day. Ubasai, 2 personal best, a meet record as well, and an Olympic qualifying mark. 4 of those men got that Olympic standard, so they will be, well, providing they can make that French team, make that British team, Belgian team, they will be in Paris for sure. So we have a few kids races to enjoy. I think that's going on trackside at the moment. So they've been introduced. The volunteers are all getting after it. We'll rewatch Pozzi and Manga and Ubasai here. And Rafael Mohammed, he's 171. Dip across the line. And hurdlers are almost the true image of athleticism, aren't they? Those hurdles over a meter in height. And this is what else we've managed to enjoy this afternoon, hey? The old fighter jets up in the sky, soaring through the sky, like these runners have been soaring down on the track. And the blue, white and red, hey? I wonder we're going to see them a few times this summer, probably getting their little practice run out for that Paris Olympic Games. And we can talk about that opening ceremony, what's that going to look like as well. All the exciting stuff, what makes the Olympics so special, what makes it so different from everything else out there. Have a little look back to one of France's legends of the game, Robert Misson. She really is. Olympic silver medalist way back 2016. She's got multiple global medals as well. Of course, if it wasn't for Sandra Perkovic, she probably would have many global golds, because Perkovic really just has dominated that event for so many years now. And she's still going strong. But well, we had the pleasure of having Kibaya here as well as Robert Misson and Lilian Cup, the Portuguese athlete. All three of them have been in major finals over the last few years, and all three potentially just coming towards the latter stages of their careers. Not to say they can't reach those soaring heights that they did. It's just that it's getting a little bit more difficult for sure. And well, there's Geras Balde of Portugal. I mentioned him before. He is one hell of an athlete. Not only can this man jump in long jump form, he can jump for height in the high jump, 222 high jumper. He jumped 8 meters on the day, but he's an 8:15, 8:14 long jumper as well. He can sprint too. He's a 10-8 100-meter runner, sub-11 second man over the 100, and it's a meet record rewarded for him as well. So fantastic. I count that at 4 meet records. 1 in the hurdles, the discus, the long jump, and 2 in the hurdles, discus, and long jump as well. We may well get one here in the women's 100. So we're just waiting around, and well, perhaps this women's 100-meter final was due to go off 5 minutes ago. Perhaps the athletes might be just getting a little bit frustrated now, but they are paying back. It's a community event, and to be honest, this is what the sport is about, isn't it? It's having elite athletes on show, but it's also inspiring that next generation, not only to go on and compete, but to get involved in the sport, to create jobs, to work in the sport, to follow the sport as fans as well and big it up. Wow, some absolute speedsters down there as they obliterate that 50 meters. But yeah, that's one of the key things for me is you give athletes a platform, young athletes a platform like they've had today, and look, 9 times out of 10 they are going to go on and compete in this sport, and if not, they are going to go on and be a fan of it. They're going to read around that sport, learn from some of the elites as well, be invested, and I think that's what we're seeing down there on the track at the moment. It's just creating something a little bit different for the crowd to watch as well. So I'll say it again, this women's 100 final, I promise you, is it about to start in just a few minutes time, and we'll follow that up quickly by that men's 100-meter final. That will crown off the evening here. And these women, 11:07 is the time to beat in order to qualify for Paris. But you're looking at Tapia there, and he is someone 86 meters plus just a few days ago. Took French javelin throwing into oblivion, didn't he? with that. I think a lot of people shocked, including himself. 10 meters plus personal best, and it kind of came out of nowhere. And look, when it clicks in this sport, and it's the same on the track as well. These ladies will tell you that when you get it right in a 100-meter race, boy, do you get it right. That's I can tell you that much, because you can just feel like you're floating down the track. It's effortlessly. They make it look like that. I mean, roll back the tapes to Usain Bolt. Hey, well, on the inside, then, that's Nazani Bakar. The wind reading right now, ladies and gentlemen, is 0.0 meters per second. These conditions could not be more perfect. Yes, a sprinter may want a little bit more of a tailwind, but it's easier to control their fall if they haven't got such a tailwind behind them as well. Yeah, pausing comms there. Slight technical issue, but Chloe Galley in 4, and Lauren Dorcas Bazalu, the Portuguese athlete, she goes in 5. Well, 11:10, her lifetime best, 7th as African champ way back in 2012. She's a 14 times national champion. Asha Phillip is also someone who knows a thing or two about sprinting on the global stage. She's a 2-time Olympic bronze medalist in the 4x1. She's a world championship, multiple world championship medalist as well. She's also got a lifetime best of 11:10. Her PB dating back to 2015, mind you. And Colatine on the outside then. 11:78, her lifetime best and season's best as well. Orphée Neola, 11:15, her personal best. That was set in 2018. She was 6th a few days ago in Montgeron. She was 6th at those French champs as well in 2023. She's 33 years of age now, is Neola. But she goes into, can she fight? Can she hang in there? She got a couple more years at this game. Nazani Bakar as well. So all these women with the heat in their legs. We saw a few false starts in the heats. Let's hope those tensions are not there in the final. They've been waiting a little while as it is. So away they go, then all eyes on 6. That's Asha Phillip. We're looking at Bazzalo as well in the green and white hoops. But how about this then? That's Orphée Neola who's going to come through. Asha Phillip with the late run. Dips and oh, that's classy. That's a very, very accomplished, mature run from Asha Phillip. 11:26. Almost runs out of room as well. But, oh, she'll be happy with that. And she was, well, not the best start at all, but her mid-race just didn't. She just took a while to get up to speed. But once she did, things really changed and turned around for her quite quickly. It's a season's best, 11:26. She's got to be happy with that. Bazzalo, 11:33. And Richard Mingas there, 11:35 for a lifetime best as well. And they'll pile in behind. You're going to see a lot of season's best because it is early season, of course. A lot of these women have only got sort of 1 or 2 races under their belt at this stage, so expect to see them get quicker and quicker. But yeah, Asha Phillip, let's see if we can get a rerun of that race, because the start was good. Bazzalo gets out a little bit quicker, and it was certainly Rimlinger in 3 who just looked very smooth, got out fast at this stage leading. But then here was when Asha Phillip just started to pull away from the field, wasn't it? She just a little bit more force through the ground, just stayed relaxed. I think that was the key thing. She stayed relaxed to the line, and she knew that, hey, I had the momentum, I had the leg speed in order to really outrun these girls, and she did just that. So, congratulations to her. She's off to winning ways here in Montgeron, France, and it's great to see. And she'll bid to see if she can get back in that British 4x1 quartet team for another Olympic Games and go again. And, well, one more race of the day. And it's going to be that men's 100-meter final. You can see them prepping there. That's SAR 111 in the red. boy, did he look good in the heat. I thought he was going to take it until O'Shane Bailey came storming through as well. Kobe Hilton, the American, phenomenal. Season's best and a personal best in his heat as well. And I'll be brutally honest, I think most of it is all down to the conditions down here. They're just near perfect. Yes, it was a little bit blustery earlier on in the afternoon, but for the sprinters, they had a following, they had a tailwind. They couldn't complain too much. The sun's come up as well. It's overcast when we got going. It is now pure sunshine, not a cloud in the sky here. And just what these men will want at sort of 7 o'clock in the evening to really get fired up and ready to go. So patience, it's always interesting for me when I look at sprinters at this stage. And you know, when you're about to do an event which is so explosive, so demanding that you are completely fired up, their patience and their relaxation is just vital. And they can just turn it on. You can say go, and they go. So some friendly faces out there. It's always good to see. I mean, Kevin Gailey was he was pretty special. He was pretty happy with his lifetime best in the heat, wasn't he? Gave us a little victory dance after even. And Adama Jammer on the inside. Looking out for him, Harold Akiyao. Well, I thought he was going to be one to watch, but didn't make this final, so a little bit of an upset there. But O'Shane Bailey is the man to watch, really. So the season best of 10-22, the Jamaican, but he was on that winning World Championship 4x1 team in 2013 over in Russia, in Moscow. A man from Iran as well, Hassan Taftian. He's got a very similar lifetime best to O'Shane Bailey. He's a national record holder of Iran, Asian Games champion in 17, bronze in 2023. He was a little bit disappointed not to come away with a win there, but you know, he is doing great things for his country and really putting sprinting on the map over there. And let's hope he can contest for the victory here as well. Well, I said before, he was dancing after his heat, and now he's giving us a little tease to the camera before his 100-meter final as well. He looks awfully relaxed. So does O'Shane Bailey as well. Gives himself a little bit of a clap. He's ready to roll. Saar, tall towering figure, had a good indoor 60-meter campaign, didn't he, this year? Was always there or thereabouts. Mamadou Foussart and well, Kobe Hilton, the American. He's a long way from home here on the European circuit, but this is his bid to try and chase some fast times, get back over there for their American trials at the end of June and try and contest. Can he make a semi-final? Can he make a final? I mean, it's scary, the depth of US sprinting. And there's the Algerian, the Iranian I was telling you about, Hassan Taftian, and William Agwesi on the outside. He goes. Although I can't see Agwesi if he's to line up or not. It looks like Taftian is in 7, and can't see if that lane 8 is vacant or not. So from the outside in, Taftian, Hilton, Saar, Bailey, Kevin Gailey, Vermont, and Jammer. It definitely looks like, as the cameraman pans on to Hassan Taftian, that Will Agwesi is not in this one. After a PB in the season's best this year, he will not line up in the final. So where did it go then? Good start by all. And look at Kevin Gailey. He is just aggressive. His opening 20 meters was phenomenal. O'Shane Bailey comes in a late run, but it's all Hilton. 10.17, just outside what he ran in the heat. Perhaps a little bit of fatigue, a little bit of tension in the final to add to it. But there was no doubt about it. He won that race convincingly out there. Kobe Hilton, all the way over from America, spoils the party here in France, in Montgeron. But oh, what a run! And let's just see if we can take a replay. The Iranian then comes back for second. He had a, well, you could say a disappointing heat, to be honest with you. He wasn't that convincing, was he? But second here in the final, credit to him. Played a canny game, all right. Saar 10.29 for third, and Bailey, the man, the favourite, 10.30 And he'll be disappointed with that. Just didn't get out the blocks, did he? And look, he's aging a little bit, is Osam Bailey. It was 11 years ago now that he got that world gold in the 4x1. But yeah, you'd expect him to be able to compete with a field like this. And but Kobe Hilton just so relaxed and came through a good at the end. Very similar to Asher Phillip, to be honest with you, when the rest of the field are just starting to tie up, are just starting to look for it, reach for it, search. Kobe Hilton and Tafian on the outside go 1-2 and come from nowhere, really. The super running from him, and it will be encouraging to see him. How close can he get to that 10-second barrier? 10.00, that Olympic qualifying mark, by the way. It's just outrageous. But there is 56 men to go. Of course, if you hit that Olympic standard, you will go, but that's guaranteed, providing you are top 3 in your country. But yeah, 56 men on the world rankings quota, and there will be some nice ranking points for Kobe Hilton here, and potentially, you know, when you look at America as a country, it's very, very hard to travel around. There's not as many meets that are accessible for professionals. And he's maybe just looked at Europe and thought, you know what, I can hop around a little bit, I can get some racing, I'll get some good ranking points in as well. That's important, get some bonus points, and just see how far up those rankings I can get myself. But yeah, at the moment, I mean, just to be sort of top 10 in America would be truly something. So, well, that all but concludes the action here in meeting Montgeron. It's been a fantastic evening. We've seen 4 meeting records here, ladies and gentlemen. The weather's been pretty much perfect. The season is bubbling away nicely for the pinnacle in Paris in about 10 or so, 12 or so weeks' time. We look forward to seeing you there. But until next time, I've been your commentator, Matt Seddon. Take care and good night.
Tu nous as organisé un centimètre qui va rester dans les mémoires. Alors on pense que le plus record du meeting, c'est 4 minimums JO. On est 4 premiers, c'est pas rien.